A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula de Bhaskara. A gaveta não tem ideia de por que o Oriente Médio vive em guerra e de como Napoleão influencia a nossa vida até hoje. Não muda a vida da gaveta ser fera em cálculo mental, interpretar um texto, entender o Renascimento. Se a exceção é com C cedilha, nem se afinal Capitu traiu Bentinho. A gaveta não vai aprender. Mas uma criança vai. Abra a gaveta, vá. Doe um aparelho para uma criança da rede pública estudar remotamente. A gente retira na sua casa. Abra a gaveta, vá, doe. gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula de Bhaskara. A gaveta não tem ideia de por que o Oriente Médio vive em guerra e de como Napoleão influencia a nossa vida até hoje. Não muda a vida da gaveta ser fera em cálculo mental, interpretar um texto, entender o Renascimento, se a sessão é com C cedilha, nem se afinal Capitu traiu Bentinho. A gaveta não vai aprender, mas uma criança vai. Abra a gaveta, vá. Doe um aparelho para uma criança da rede pública estudar remotamente. A gente retira na sua casa. Abra a gaveta, vá, doe.
Sejam todos bem-vindos, todas bem-vindas ao segundo dia da jornada Bett Online. É um prazer ter vocês com a gente de novo. A programação de hoje está incrível. Serão debates super interessantes sobre o eixo Educação do Futuro e a Bettina von Star fará a mediação das sessões Educação Finlandesa em Escala, além da Covid-19, explorando os desafios continuados de acesso digital e infraestrutura instrucional, uma visão norte-americana e também inovação na educação além da pandemia. Além disso, temos a presença de renomados palestrantes internacionais, o Peter Westerbacher, Kenneth Green, Frederick Little e também Bill Bass. E no final, teremos a palestra inspiradora Geração Milênio e seus medos com Luiz Felipe Pondé, que é filósofo e colunista da Folha de São Paulo. Eu gostaria de agradecer mais uma vez o apoio dos nossos patrocinadores: Google, Redação Online, Kumon, ViewSonic, Realve, Instituto Unibanco, Árvore, EduLabs, Moderna Compartilha, Adobe, Lenovo e Instituto Casagrande. Muito obrigada! E antes da gente começar, eu quero convidar vocês para um sorteio promovido pela Acer. O prêmio será um computador Chromebook Acer Intel Celeron, 4 GB de RAM e 32 GB de memória. Para participar, basta entrar no estande virtual da Acer e o seu acesso computado e você já estará participando automaticamente desse sorteio que é imperdível. O resultado será no dia 24 de setembro, aqui na jornada Bett Online. Vamos então à primeira sessão do dia. O tema é Educação Finlandesa em Escala. A mediadora, a Bettina von Star, que é consultora de inovação. E o palestrante, o nosso convidado internacional, é o Peter Westerbacher, empreendedor global da Fun Academy e co-criador do Angry Birds. Sejam todos bem-vindos. Bettina, eu passo a palavra para você agora.
gamers. But I always think that it's good to look at all of the fantastic companies that have come out of Silicon Valley. It's an amazing place, and again, it wasn't started by some of these guys, but it was actually started by Bill and Dave all the way back in 1939. And then while I was working at HP, I also then organized actually in 2003 game making competition. And the objective of that competition was to make the best possible mobile multiplayer game. And then 3 young guys from Aalto University here in Helsinki, Finland, they took part in this competition. And as I mentioned, that was also a long time ago, in 2003. That was the time when our friends at Nokia, another great Finnish company, they were still making phones. And they had just came out with the first smartphones. So many years before the iPhone, before Android, and the devices that we all carry nowadays. But anyway, Niklas, Kim, and Jarno, so the 3 young guys from Aalto University here in Finland, they took part in this competition. And not only did they take part in the competition, they actually won the competition. And then after winning this mobile games competition, they came to me and said that, okay, we're students here at Aalto and we just won this competition. What should we do? And I have the same advice, actually to all of you that I had for Niklas, Kim, and Jarno. That I said that, it's very clear that you guys, not only love playing games, but you love making games. So why don't you start a company to do what you love, to make games? So then they started Rovio in 2003, and over the following 6 years, they made 51 games. And then the 11th of December 2009, the 52nd game came out, and that was Angry Birds. And that's another thing out of Finland that you might have heard about. So that little game became a massive success story. So it has now been downloaded more than 4 billion times, and it also became not only a game, but it became the fastest growing consumer brand ever. So already in 2012, if you look at the top 10 licensed brands in entertainment, you had 7 brands by Disney, so brands like Mickey and Friends, Toy Story, Star Wars, Marvel, and all of those. And then you had Hello Kitty by Sanrio, in Japan, and then you had Snoopy, or Peanuts, and Angry Birds. So Angry Birds was the only brand that basically made it to that list in just 2 years. So not too bad for a student project out of Helsinki, Finland, because that is actually kind of how Angry Birds got started. But I think it's a great example of how today, when we have all of these technologies, all of this connectivity, that innovation and success stories like Angry Birds, they can happen anywhere. So it could be 3 young guys in Helsinki, Finland, or it could be 3 young girls in Rio or Sao Paulo, or anywhere around the world who could create the next Angry Birds, the next Facebook, the next Google. So I think that is something that has been fantastic with development of technology, and clearly we have at least partially democratized access to technology and the ability to innovate and to create things. But I think that also, if we look at then Angry Birds as one example, and all of these success stories, that still I would argue that even with all of this connectivity and that kind of liberating us from geography, that we still have these high concentrations of talent. Silicon Valley started with talking about the famous garage in Palo Alto where all of that started. Now, if I look at what is going on here in Finland, in Helsinki, and in this neighborhood, there's a lot of success in games. So Angry Birds, but then after Rovio, then also Supercell. Very, very successful. They became the first decacorn, so not like a unicorn worth $1 billion, but a company worth $10 billion. So first decacorn from our part of the world. So that was like what Ilkka and the guys did there. And we have seen many, many success stories around games coming out from this part of the world. And it's a little bit like, if you look at, I always share this, like example of, LA and Hollywood. And if you go to the local Starbucks in LA and then you stop a random person and then you ask him or her that, could you tell me about your movie? And in LA, then they will immediately start telling you that, oh, it's like this, and this is the script that I've been working on, and I think that I would like to have Brad Pitt in the lead role, or so on and so on. And it's a little bit the same here in Helsinki, that if I stop the random person at the local Starbucks, then and ask him or her that, hey, could you please tell me about your game? And then, he or she will start saying that, oh, it's, like this kind of match 3 game with role-playing elements. So the point here that I'm making is that there's still, when with all of this, that innovation can happen anywhere. I think that we are still seeing a lot of these hotspots and these concentrations of talents, because, again, like-minded people want to work with people like them. So I think that is something that it's very interesting and important to keep that in mind. And I think that is one reason why you see a lot of success stories coming out of Silicon Valley, because there are lots of role models, and then people see that, oh, Mark started Facebook, so if Mark can do that, then I can do that as well. Or, Larry and Sergey started Google, so if those guys can do it, I'll do the same. And, if, the guys at Rovio did Angry Birds, then we at Supercell, we can do something, like even bigger and better. And, that's what Ilkka and the guys did. I mean, they built something that, became worth 10 billion. And this is kind of like, important. But I think also then if you look at these ecosystems, it really is then about talent, and it's about talent attraction and people wanting to work with the best people in their industry, in their in their business. So this is something that explains why then there is kind of like an unproportionate amount of success coming from certain parts of the world in certain industries, that it's just talent attracts more talent. But then if we look at that, and I mean again talking now about like the neighborhood, the ecosystem here in Finland, and the finest Bay Area, our little body of water here in over here. I mean, we have created things like Linux and MySQL. A lot of the big open source projects got initiated here. I mentioned already success in games and all of that. So obviously there is success. There is, like a lot of entrepreneurial activity happening here. But that wasn't always the case. And I will actually get back to some of the things that we did to enable that entrepreneurial ecosystem to accelerate and expand and really take hold. So we actually did a lot to make it so. But then I think one thing that is very important when we look at then all of these success stories, be it in Silicon Valley or over here in Helsinki, or pretty much like any of these innovation hotspots anywhere in the world, where does it actually start? It actually starts with education. So if you look at then Silicon Valley, obviously Stanford, Berkeley, the fantastic universities, the fantastic higher education. That is important element. And I think that, if you look at, HP that I mentioned, I mean, the first Hewlett-Packard building was actually on Stanford University land. So there is this symbiosis and this tight integration and collaboration between the academic world and the industry. That is something that is very important. But then also, if you look at, again, if you look at Silicon Valley and you look at the US, of all the engineering students in the US, not only in Silicon Valley, 80% are not from the US. They are from the outside. They are international students. And that is something that also, an important thing, that we need to attract the talent to keep all of these innovations going. But then I would say that we are forgetting something very important, that it's not just about higher education. I mean, it's again, the highest or the biggest impact is not, in higher education. It's actually, we have a much higher impact in the early years education. And when I look at, the ecosystem, and I look at, what is going on here in Finland and the fantastic education, I would actually argue that the reason why, here in Finland, we're only 5 million people, but I already mentioned that, yes, we created Linux, MySQL, Angry Birds, Nokia, Supercell, many, many success stories. So I think that the reason for that is that we have fantastic education, but it's not just educating a few, it's actually educating all. So we are providing fantastic education for everybody, not just like a few random people. And I think this is something that is very, very important. And also, then there is this strong correlation between, the success in business and, the entrepreneurial activity and education. But maybe the most important correlation, I mean, if you look at education and why education is important, that there is also a correlation between education and happiness. So besides being known for having pretty good education over here, Finland and the Nordic countries are also the happiest nations on the planet. I mean, Finland, according to the UN, so it's not just me saying it, but according to the United Nations surveys, Finland has been the happiest nation on the planet for 3 years running. And if you look at the top 5 list, it's actually populated by Nordic countries. So clearly we are getting something right. And if you look at the top 10 list, and you are looking, for example, for the US, you will not find the US in the top 10 list of the happiest nations on the planet. So I think that this is something that, of course, we are very proud of here, and I think that one of the reasons for this kind of like ranking, and if you look at all the Nordic countries, is again that we've decided to provide fantastic education for all, not just a few. And I think this is something that is very important. So always when I then talk to my friends from outside of Finland, I always ask them that, do you know which school in Finland is the best school? And I mean, question for all of you also now there in the audience, that do you know, and many of you have probably never been to Finland. And then I ask you that, okay, which school in Finland is the best school? And it's actually a very easy answer. It's the nearest school. So the best school in Finland is the nearest school. And what do I mean by that? I mean that all the schools are very good. All the schools are fantastic. So as a parent, you don't have to think about which neighborhood of the city, where do you need to live to get your kids into the best school, because all the schools are fantastic. So you can live anywhere. And I think this has huge implications for what kind of society and what kind of structure and what kind of cities you will see. So this is really the only way to reduce, segregation and really also have fantastic cities and have safe neighborhoods. So it starts with the fact that the best school is the nearest school. The school that happens to be nearest to where you live. That is the best school for you and for your children. This is something that is very, very important. But then, if you look at education here in Finland in a bit more maybe detail, as I said, early years is really where we have the biggest impact, and that's also, I think, where again Nordic countries, Finland, always are very, very high in the rankings. So typically we dominate, like the top 3, top 5 in the rankings of the best early years education, anywhere in the world. And if you then look at what that early years education looks like, was mentioned in the beginning that I'm one of the co-founders of Fun Academy. So it's a company specializing in early years education and in fun learning. I'm not a pedagogue. I mean, as I said, I've been an entrepreneur all my life, so I can't claim to be an expert on education. But before the COVID-19 crisis, I used to travel half the time. So I have visited schools, I have visited kindergartens everywhere. I have been to schools and kindergartens in the favelas in Brazil. I have been to schools in the US, in good neighborhoods, bad neighborhoods. Been to schools in China, all over Asia. In Vietnam, in India, schools in Africa. So I've seen a lot of different environments. Kindergarten, schools, high schools, universities. So just by observing, the differences, I think that you can learn a lot. And actually, before all of these, PISA studies started to happen, and then, it came as a surprise to, I think, everybody in Finland that our school system came out on top of many of the PISA rankings. That, hey, what? Are the schools here in Finland really that good? And Finnish people are always very skeptical because we are very critical about, like our own schools and our own, system and our, society. So it was a big surprise for everybody here in Finland that our schools were ranked so highly. It's almost that, hey, if you say that our schools are so good, that must mean that the other schools must be like really, really bad. But actually, when you then start looking at the schools here in Finland, they are actually very good. But I think that you always have to have a contrast. So you have to look at then schools all over the world and how they work. But if you look at then early years education and what does it look like in Finland? Okay, first, of course, the quality of the teachers is very, very high. Every kindergarten teacher in Finland has a master's degree from university. Every single one. So that is, example of kind of like the quality and investment into education, that even the kindergarten teachers have a master's degree from the university. But then if you look at the kindergartens, and I think, again, one way to understand kind of like differences and looking at education here in Finland versus many other places, that when you move to Finland, from outside, and let's say that you have then kids that you put into kindergarten, many times we hear from parents that they are very, very concerned, because then they look at the typical day at kindergarten in Finland, and then they say that, hey, but you're not teaching the children anything. They are just playing. They're really concerned that the kids are not learning. But actually, as I mentioned, all the teachers have a master's degree. So when you look at the children playing, they are learning through play. And this is, as we all know, how all of us, this is how human beings, how we naturally learn. We learn through play. That is how human beings have always learned. And we also learn, through learning by doing. Like how do we learn how to walk? We try to get up, we fall, we try to get up, we fall, and then eventually we learn how to walk. So that's kind of like how it goes. So learning by doing is very important as well. And this is actually how early years education in Finland, that it's a lot of learning through play and while having fun. And this is actually the best way to learn. We all know that when we enjoy what we are doing, then also with learning, then we will learn a lot more. I mean, it's just so much more effective. When you enjoy what you are doing, the results are always better. I mean, this goes for any job, for like anything we do. That it's kind of like something that kind of like we all take for granted. But anyway, I think that this is already kind of like an important first part of understanding what is different with education in Finland. And I always say that we also in Finland we really believe that children are people too. And then it's like, okay, of course they are people. But what I mean by that is that we treat children as real people. And they have their own will and rights and everything. And this is also, in the kindergartens and in the early years education, that the children are doing many things themselves. They dress themselves and they, take care of all of the basic chores like themselves. So you learn again by doing. And then I think that this, learning by play, as I already said many times, it's super, super important. That's how you learn. And for an outsider, when you then look at that, and as a parent moving to Finland from outside, but hey, wait a minute, you're not teaching them anything. But I would say that, again, the important thing there is that the children are learning. It's not about the teachers teaching. So here it's about learning, not teaching. And this is again something that, it should be kind of like obvious, but that's what we really believe in, that it's about learning, not teaching. And again, very, very important kind of like difference. Then if we start looking at, PISA results mentioned, there are also many other countries who score very, very well, and actually nowadays many times they are doing much better than what we are doing here in Finland. And I'm personally not a big fan or big believer in like PISA results, but it's some kind of indication of the effectiveness of the educational system. But then if we move beyond like early years education and like all the learning by playing and fun learning, it continues then all the way through education and all of the basic education. If you look at then, I've gone to through school here in Finland. I also have two kids. They're now 15 and 17. So they go to school typically like 9 or 10 in the morning. They get home in the early afternoon, and then they go out and play. They go out and play with their friends, and then they get home in the evening, and then maybe they do 15, max 30 minutes of homework. So short school days, not a lot of homework, fantastic results. And then again, to put a bit of contrast, if you look at, for example, Singapore, fantastic PISA results. But then I have a good friend in Singapore, Emily. Her daughter is same age as my son. So they started school at the same time. So my son here in Finland and Emily's daughter in Singapore. And then, Ardis, when you meet with other parents, then you always talk about the kids. And then it was very interesting for me to hear, about the school day, a typical school day of Emily's daughter. So when she started, like in first grade, the first, the day starts at, like 6 a.m. You have to get up, you get to the school super early, and then you get home very late. And in school, you were told, about 50 things that do this, do this, do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. So, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're not supposed to do. And while you're at it, please be quiet. So, long school days, and after the school day, 2 to 4 hours of homework. So very, very intense, very, very long, days. So you could say that you have school and more school and no life. And again, the contrast here to, what I described over here in Finland, short school days, not a lot of homework. So you have school and you have life. And you go out there and you play with your friends. And guess what? That is how you learn life skills. You learn, negotiation. You learn how to kind of like work with others, how to collaborate. You learn the skills that all of us, know that we need, in our daily life, in our working life. And I think this is another very important thing, that school is not, or let's say shouldn't be about learning for tests. It should be about learning for life. And I think that this is one thing that I always highlight, that the educational system here in Finland is far, far from perfect, but at least it doesn't kill initiative. It doesn't kill creativity. And if you look at, the world we live in, it's changing faster every day. And we don't know what the jobs of the future will be. But we know that we need to prepare our children, our young people for, that future. We need to make sure that they can deal with real world problems. So we need to make sure that the educational system delivers the skills to all of our kids so that they can be creative problem solvers, that they can solve real world problems. And this you can't learn by, just learning to memorize, long lists or certain mechanic things from books. You have to actually learn how to apply things. So the Finnish curriculum, we tend to redo that every 4 or 5 years. Nowadays, it's all about phenomenon-based learning. So again, not so much focus on just subjects, but really looking at phenomena and like the real world, and how, you can apply what you're learning to the real world. And again, this, should be obvious, but this is something that is very, very important. So I think that this is again why we are seeing a lot of kind of like success then in business and in, like the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we see a lot of entrepreneurs because the educational system doesn't kill the initiative, doesn't kill the creativity. And if you look at entrepreneurs, I mean, that's of course what entrepreneurs are all about, going out there and doing things like in the real world, in real companies, in real businesses. So education is the foundation for the whole society, and for, these success stories, mentioned, like MySQL, Linux, Angry Birds, Nokia, Supercell, and so on and so on. I think that we wouldn't have that in a nation of just 5 million people without the fantastic foundation in education. And of course, this, educational system, we didn't create that like overnight. I mean, we have been doing educational reform after reform for the last 50 years. And I think that this is, again, having only, or very few natural resources. I mean, we have a bit of forest, but that's about it. So the most important resource over here, the people. So of course we need to make sure that we develop that resource and we develop that talent as far as we can. And it's not, as I said, just a few, but all. And then like when I talk to, for example, my friends in say China or India, 1.4 billion people, 1.4 billion population. Actually, what is the most important resource there? It's still the people. So I think that this is true here in Finland, in Brazil, everywhere. So there is no excuse for not investing in education. But I also wanted to mention the Asian model, like Singapore, China, Japan, Korea. You can achieve these results in many different ways. I mean, if you look at PISA results and all of that, but I think that it's not about spending all of your wake hours at school or doing homework. I mean, it's about spending a bit of time in school, being coached by a good teacher. So that's the best teachers are really coaches. And, teachers can't know everything, but they can help, unlock the potential and pointing people in the right direction. But again, it's not about spending all of your awake hours in school or doing homework, but it's actually a bit of time in school, a little bit of homework, and then, just having time to reflect and to let, the knowledge sink in. So I think this is something that is very, very important. So as you can tell, I'm not like a huge fan of the Asian model of education where you spend all of your time in school or doing homework. I think that is not a good recipe for preparing our young people for the future. I mean, in the future, you need to be a creative problem solver. You need to be an entrepreneur. And if you take the Asian approach to education, you will not end up with creative problem solvers. You will not end up with entrepreneurs. You will end up with people that can work doing mechanical tasks in factories or in offices. But we all know that AI and robots and the technology development will actually reduce the number of these kind of jobs dramatically. So we need to fix our educational system everywhere so that we prepare our young people for the future. I think also then maybe one thing that is very important, I think to mention also that I think one of the success or the kind of like big secrets of the success of the Finnish educational system. So I already mentioned, short school days, not a lot of homework, but also, the fantastic teachers. I mean, even the kindergarten teachers having a master's degree. One thing that is also very important that the teacher job is very, very much appreciated, very much respected. So every year, thousands of young people here in Finland want to become teachers, but they can't because it's very difficult to get into the university to study to become a teacher because it's very popular. In many areas, it's more popular than becoming a lawyer or an engineer or something like that. And this is something that obviously is not true in many countries. So I think that this is also something that when we look at improving educational system and improving the quality, we also need to make sure that we build in this respect and this appreciation for the teacher job because we want to attract the best talent to become teachers. And I think this is something that again example of the fact that it's not so easy to make the educational system deliver kind of like good quality. So there are many things that you need to get right. The curriculum, attracting the teachers and all of that. And then you could ask that, okay, so why is the teacher job appreciated? I think that one reason is that we trust the teachers. Do you know how many school inspectors we have in Finland? None. So we don't have any school inspection in Finland. We trust the teachers to do their job, and the teachers have a lot of freedom. It's not like they have to, follow the curriculum, exactly, but they can actually apply the curriculum, to their way of teaching and the way they see, the teaching working the best and delivering the best results. So the teacher job is actually very, very independent. And of course, it helps when you are trusted, so you don't have somebody micromanaging you on like a daily basis. But then I think also, maybe another thing that we also always, when we look at education, that we also have to keep in mind that education and the educational system is really the foundation for, the society. So that decides what kind of society we want. And I think that here in Finland, I mean, we all grew up watching American TV, American movies. So everybody, of course, then like looking at this like American dream. And I think that here in Finland, we took that American dream and we made it reality. So here we have, because of the fantastic education, we have one of the highest social mobilities anywhere in the world. So you can be born, anywhere. You can be born poor or anything, and you can end up doing anything. So I think that this is something also with education, that's why it's so important that we provide fantastic education for all, not just a few. And I have been in Brazil many times, so also I think that there's a lot of work that we could do together on education and improving the educational system. And I think that it's very important for Brazil as a society, that we get the education right, and it's going to take a long time, but I think that it's something that we can't afford not to get right, and that is something that again I think that it's up to all of us to kind of like make that so. But then I also mentioned that with the entrepreneurial side of things. So I mean, once you get fantastic education in place, and I think that all levels of education here, in Finland, Nordic countries, I think that we're, pretty happy with the current setup. But we are kind of like never content, never satisfied. So there's a lot that we need to do to make it better. But then, if you look at education, and that's like foundation for everything, we also need to make sure that we foster the entrepreneurial mindset, and that we, as I mentioned, we need to make sure that we don't kill initiative, we don't kill creativity. But even with all of this, it's not so easy. And actually, it was like 2007, I gave a talk to our students at Aalto University, and here in Helsinki, in Finland, and I talked about startups, I talked about entrepreneurship, and then I asked the students, like, how many of you have thought about starting a company or becoming an entrepreneur, or just like joining a startup once you graduate or even before. And in 2007, when I asked this, then the question from 600 students, some of our best students here in Finland, only 3 raised their hand. So that meant that most of them were, content, happy with, just maintaining the status quo, go and work for a big corporation than Nokia, Kone, Wärtsilä, or, the government. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think that if we have everybody just focusing on joining a big company, maintaining the status quo, we will not see development, we will not see innovation. So we had to do something about that. And because of that, we actually then started this event called Slush. So actually, I think I have my Slush t-shirt here. So Slush is something that we started back in 2008. And the whole idea there was to get more people excited about entrepreneurship. So we invited some fellow founders, famous entrepreneurs here locally. So we had Risto Siilasmaa, who started F-Secure. We had Ilkka Paanan, who started Supercell. We had Monty Videnius, who founded MySQL. We had Ilya Laus, who started a company called GetJar out of Vilnius, Lithuania. Just sharing their experiences of why it's cool to be an entrepreneur, why people should get interested in doing startups, and very very successful event. And then we grew Slush now to become an event of like 25,000 people from 160 countries came to Helsinki in November last year. And actually, you might ask, why is Slush called Slush? It goes back to the Silicon Valley story that I started my talk today. That I've been to many places. Everybody will tell me that they Beijing, they want to be the Silicon Valley of China. I go to Tokyo and they will tell me that they want to be the Silicon Valley of Asia. Everybody wants to be Silicon Valley of this, Silicon Valley of that. So we decided that we don't want to be Silicon Valley. We want to be better. So you can't lead by following. So we started, or we branded Slush because when you come to Finland in November, it's cold, it's dark, there is slush on the ground. So from the first second when you set foot on the ground here in November, you realize that it's not the Silicon Valley. It's better, and it's better because it's different. And why is it different? Because we put young people in charge. So I mentioned, with the Slush event, that this has now become the biggest and best startup event on the planet. The whole thing is organized by 2,600 volunteers from more than 60 countries. So 2,600 young people who are there, not because somebody told them to be there, but because they want to be there. And you do Slush, and you volunteer there for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and you learn how to build the biggest and best startup event. So learning by doing. And then you go out there and you build the best startups. And if you look at Slush, it's actually education. It's a massive learning experience, learning by doing. And this is something that, of course, very proud of over here. And because of this, we now have one of the most vibrant startup ecosystems anywhere in the world. We have the biggest venture capital investments in Europe per capita. And we're attracting a lot of talent from all over the place. So again, I think that this is an example of deciding 2008 to make something happen. And now we have a fantastic startup ecosystem over here that keeps generating success stories like Angry Birds, like Supercell, like many of these companies. And again, education, entrepreneurship leading to fantastic success in entertainment. So that's why I want to talk about these 3 E's, or this triple E model for transformation. But anyway, I think that it's a good start, but of course we need to do a lot more. And also love to work and do a lot more together with all of you over there in Brazil. Unfortunately, now with COVID, we can't meet in person, but I'm sure we're going to get through this. And then next time, hopefully, I can meet with you face to face. But I think that I'll actually stop now. I already talked for like almost 50 minutes, so we still have time for a few questions. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. So thank you very much for listening so far. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that you can't like just like take, a system and put it somewhere else. But I think that definitely many of the best practices and many of the approaches, they are universal. So I think that it's just about making it so. And I think that government should do a lot more benchmarking. We do that like in companies like all the time. But again, I always encourage, our government, they should go and learn from our friends in Estonia about how to do e-government, properly. And I think that this also applies to many other governments like around the world that, we should go and learn from others. I mean, this is what we do in the business side like all the time. And I think that we can definitely learn a lot from what has been going on here in Finland, in Nordic countries, when it comes to kind of like education and just like this. I mean, very basic thing that of course we need to provide fantastic education for all. But then also, I mean, one thing that I didn't talk about too much, but I mean, it's not just about equality, but it's about equity. And I think that this is one thing that we provide special attention to people who need special attention. So I think that is also that it's very important that it's not just about equality. I mean, providing everybody with the same, but it's actually about equity. So really that we want to provide special attention to people that need that special attention. So I think that that's also there, many things. And I think that when we talk about then improving education, it's systemic. I mean, we need systemic change. It's not good enough and look for a quick fix. And I think that when I talk to my friends in the US, I think a big problem there is that you have such short election cycles and it's so fragmented that everybody's just looking for like a quick fix. There is no quick fix in education. I mean, it will take 20 years to change, like a system. So you have to have the patience. And I think that that's also, I mean, then we can go into a lot of detail on like how things work, over here. But we have managed to isolate, like the educational system from kind of like the fluctuations of like politics, so that it's first of all there is consensus that everybody agrees, no matter if you're on the right hand of the political spectrum or left hand, that education is important. So I think this is one thing, but then also that it's we don't see big change in education depending on like who is in government and who is like in opposition. So I think that this is something that we have isolated the system from kind of like the day-to-day politics, which I think is a good idea to do, because if you change all the time, you will never get it right.
Yes, that's an excellent point. And another thing that you mentioned, everybody mentions this when we discuss Finnish education, it's like, oh, there are 5 million people. It's less than the city of São Paulo, where I'm sitting now. And if we want to apply these concepts to bigger populations, like 200 and something million people, Brazil, Singapore, the States, or something like this, how could we make it scalable? So do you think technology would play a big role in making education scalable?
Of course, the technology helps. I think that but it's also very important that technology only helps. Technology only enables. It's a little bit like if you have a business process that is bad. If you automate that bad business process, it's still bad. So if you have an educational system that doesn't really work very well, if you apply technology, it still doesn't work very well. So you have to get the fundamentals of the educational system right, and then you can apply technology. I mean, I shared this one link, thisworks.fi. I actually mentioned that in my talk, but it's a great example of, it's an innovation program for first grade students here in Finland. So all of the first grade students, all the first grade teachers get this program, but it's actually developed as a collaboration between teachers and the technology industries of Finland. So private sector, public sector working together and boom, delivering something fantastic to all the first grade classes. And we are actually now delivering this to all first grade students all over the planet for free. So this is something that we could deploy in, Brazil or anywhere. And we're actually now taking it to Kenya. We have some discussions in Colombia. But anyway, but it's an innovation program, and there is no need for technology. I mean, it's also kind of like interesting that actually the children build these innovations, these moving contraptions out of everyday household items. So it's a technology program, but it doesn't require technology. So it's kind of like interesting from that perspective. So I think that, and I mean, another thing that I could talk for many hours, but one thing also, we are also in fun learning. We have a fantastic game called Big Ear, and it's a music learning game. But we're using that game to teach computational thinking, logical thinking through music. So STEM, but actually we made it STEAM, so we added the art. But this is, one thing that I think we need these kind of solutions. When you start thinking about music, music is like code. So, of course you can use music to learn computational thinking, but I don't think that many people have thought about it that way. And music typically doesn't come up when we talk about STEM and like all of that. But of course, art, music, culture, that's, again, the inspiration for all of these amazing innovations. I mean, okay, Steve Jobs and, his music taste and, some other things. But I mean, this is something that I think is very important, and I actually should have brought that up a bit more, because I think that there is always a danger that, only technology, only STEM, only this is important. But it's actually fantastic education is important, and it has to have the music, the art, and like the cultural side. Otherwise, we're going to be pretty boring people. So it has to be fun.
The point is not to do, it has to be fun. And it's not about technology, but about spreading good ideas and using technology to grow exponentially. But tell me something else. If we want to find a talent pool or create a talent pool out of nothing, do you have a suggestion? So if you are in a situation, in a place where there's not much innovation happen, and you decide this place will be an innovation place, what do you suggest?
But I think that, I didn't have time to talk that much about like slush and all of this, but I think that the point there is that if you look at Finland, it's like cold, dark, slush on the ground. It's not like fantastic if you look at like the weather. Okay, now it's pretty good, but like then when we get to November, it's not going to be amazing. But so the thing is that, but then we took that and we turned that into kind of like an advantage. So we took something that is not very nice and we made it actually like very nice. But I think that when I look at like Brazil and the opportunities, I mean, there's so much talent, there's so much like going on. But I think that there's a lot more that we can make happen, and I think that like looking at the educational system and all of that, and I don't think that there is any reason for not seeing amazing things happen. And I already lots of friends like in the games industry that are from Brazil, and they're doing like fantastic things. Some of them are actually here in Helsinki, but I mean many of them are in Rio and in Sao Paulo and all of that. So again, I don't see like any reason why you couldn't do like anything anywhere. And I think that this is also like now with technology and like access to all the information and all of that, then there is kind of like no excuse for not having much more coming out of Brazil or like all of Latin America or like China, Africa, you name it. So I think that is again, but on the educational system side and education, I think that we need to demand more from the people in charge. But I mean, okay, we are, in our democracies, so it's also like a little bit. We then have to make sure that we, don't just passively observe, but we need to be active in making that change happen. And I think that this is something that is very important. And there, I think that we can work together, and we can make sure that then the governments like talk to each other, and they do benchmarking, and then let's copy best practices from different areas. And I mean, if I look at we have a pretty good education. Guess what? We don't have. We don't have like very good football. And I have heard that there's some like okay football in Brazil now and then. So maybe we could do some collaboration in that area. But I mean, there's I think that there's always opportunities to work together, and I think that we should do more of that, and we should compare notes between governments, but not just like national, but I mean like city governments. I think cities, that's where the action is. So we should have more collaboration between our cities, because that's typically where most of the the basic like education takes place. So national governments, yes, but then let's make sure that our cities work together as well.
Very nice. So our time is up, Peter. So thank you very much to your contribution. It was great talking to you, and see you soon somewhere in the world.
Absolutely. And if you have any questions, you can also follow me and find me on Twitter. So that's probably like the easiest. So I'll just put my Twitter handle there. So yeah, but it was really great. And as I said, I really hope that I can see you in Brazil next time. So I haven't been to Brazil now for, obvious reasons for a while, but I would love to be back. So hopefully next time.
Okay. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Have a great afternoon.
Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bettina. Thank you, Peter. Muito, muito obrigada. Foi realmente muito interessante e inspirador também saber um pouco mais sobre a educação na Finlândia. Agora eu tenho um recado para você, professor, que está com a gente aqui na jornada. O Instituto Significare, em parceria com a Bett Educar, anuncia a abertura das ações da segunda edição do Professor Transformador. O prêmio tem como objetivo principal identificar, valorizar e divulgar experiências educativas transformadoras de professores que implementaram projetos em escolas da rede pública e também da rede privada dos 4 níveis do ensino básico. Professor, inscreva o seu projeto e concorra ao prêmio em dinheiro no valor de R$7.000, troféu e participação especial como convidado na Bett Educar 2021. As inscrições, olha só, vão até o dia 1º de março de 2021. Faça já a sua inscrição. Aponte a câmera do seu celular para o QR Code ao lado e confira o regulamento. O link está dentro do mural ao lado. É só clicar nesse ícone e acessar. A gente faz agora um rápido intervalo nas palestras, mas enquanto isso, visite os estandes virtuais dos expositores e acompanhe os workshops que eles estão oferecendo dentro dos seus estandes. Na volta, teremos uma palestra muito interessante. Olha só, além da Covid-19, explorando os desafios continuados de acesso digital e infraestrutura instrucional, uma visão norte-americana com convidados também internacionais, o Kenneth Green e também o Frederick Little. A gente espera você de volta às 4h30. Até lá!
A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula de Bhaskara. A gaveta não tem ideia de por que o Oriente Médio vive em guerra e de como Napoleão influencia a nossa vida até hoje. Não muda a vida da gaveta ser fera em cálculo mental, interpretar um texto, entender o Renascimento, se a exceção é com C cedilha, nem se afinal Capitu traiu Bentinho. A gaveta não vai aprender, mas uma criança vai. Abra a gaveta, vá. Doe um aparelho para uma criança da rede pública estudar remotamente. A gente retira na sua casa. Abra a gaveta, vá, doe. A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula de Bhaskara. A gaveta não tem ideia de por que o Oriente Médio vive em guerra e de como Napoleão influencia a nossa vida até hoje. Não muda a vida da gaveta ser fera em cálculo mental, interpretar um texto, entender o Renascimento, se a exceção é com C cedilha, nem se afinal Capitu traiu Bentinho. A gaveta não vai aprender, mas uma criança vai. Abra a gaveta, vá. Doe um aparelho para uma criança da rede pública estudar remotamente. A gente retira na sua casa. Abra a gaveta, vá, doe.
Não tem problema. Olá, sejam todos bem-vindos, todas bem-vindas de volta. Rapidamente um recado para vocês. A emissão dos certificados será de acordo com as horas de participação de cada usuário que serão contabilizadas no sistema. Os certificados estarão disponíveis 10 dias úteis após o término da jornada Bett Online. E antes da gente começar a segunda sessão do dia, a Adobe tem um recado para você. A Adobe é uma empresa que acredita que grandes experiências têm o poder de inspirar, transformar e fazer o mundo avançar. E que cada grande experiência começa com criatividade. Convidamos então você a acessar agora mesmo o portal Adobe Educa, um portal com curso grátis, onde todos os educadores ou professores têm acesso gratuito a cursos com especialistas que podem ser para atualização ou mesmo para quem quer iniciar do básico e seguir a rota de aprendizagem proposta no portal. Aproveite agora mesmo a oportunidade de ser um líder da criatividade e assumir um papel marcante na vida dos seus alunos. Vamos então para a segunda palestra do dia. O tema, além da Covid-19, explorando os desafios continuados de acesso digital e infraestrutura instrucional, uma visão norte-americana. A mediadora é, mais uma vez, a Bettina Von Star, consultora de inovação, com a participação de Kenneth Green, que é diretor e fundador do The Campus Computer Project, e também Frederick Little, presidente da ABED. Sejam todos bem-vindos. Bettina, eu passo a palavra para você.
So it's very nice to have you here, Professor Little, Professor Kenneth Green. And as you mentioned, you have been good friends for a while. And the idea is that you have a conversation of old friends, very relaxed, very comfortable, live for the audience to see what you have to talk about technology, infrastructure, and innovation post-COVID. So I'll leave the word with you for 15 minutes, and then we will take some questions from the public or from myself, okay? So, Professor Little, it's up to you now.
Thank you very much. Hi, Casey, how you doing?
Hi, good afternoon, Fred. Good afternoon, and thank all of you who are joining us this afternoon. I send you greetings from Los Angeles.
Very good. Okay, first question, just to start warming up on discussion of what's going on in the United States, especially in higher education, but if you can here and there drop in some ideas that you may have about basic education as well, K-12 education, with relation to educational technology, that would be useful. with the schools and universities reopening again, despite the pandemic that we have in both countries, in August and September, many institutions reopened. My question to you is, what did we do well in this opening, or did not do well? What could we have done better? Can you direct your observations to that, please?
So we've done a couple of things well. We should have done a number of things better, and this applies, I think, both to what basic education as well as higher education in the United States. We certainly in the United States had great hopes about opening for fall. There are some school districts, there are some colleges and universities that opened well. They took preventative measures in terms of thinking about the virus with plastic, with disinfectants, and also building up or enhancing their technology infrastructure. There were other places that tried to open and quickly had to close, not because of the failure necessarily of the technology, but just because of the spread of the virus. In many college universities, unfortunately, in the United States, students were not necessarily as responsible as they should have been. They were gathering in groups, they were gathering for parties, and that actually led to the spread of the virus, and in some cases wound up closing campuses that had opened just a week or two earlier. We've seen similar situations in basic education of schools that opened, not that the students were having parties, but just the gathering of the students and then going back home. One student comes in, has been exposed to COVID, led to other exposures, and unfortunately then some schools had to close. And there's no rule about this in terms of large or small. There's some very large universities that have opened successfully and have stayed open. There's some very small colleges that we would think, gee, this would be the easiest place to open because it's a small group and it's a small place, but in fact had problems and ultimately had to close or to go online completely after having tried to do a regular or routine open.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, what you've described is a situation in which, in your country, you were caught. The institutions for education were caught as being unprepared. They were surprised to have been thrown into a situation which questioned the very fundamental questions of presentiality, of face-to-face education versus some kind of remote education. If you were the rector of a university right now, the president of a university in the United States, what would you do from now on, starting now, to get your institution to be better prepared, especially with relation to not only the technology, educational technology, but as to instructive policies for instruction? What are your thoughts on that?
So at least with colleges and universities in the United States, and we have some 4,500, most of our institutions here are public institutions, unlike Brazil. Well, public, we also have a large private nonprofit sector. The for-profit sector, which is very large in Brazil, is much smaller here in the United States. Were I the rector, and fortunately I am not the rector or the chancellor, I would make my investments in a couple of areas. One, obviously, is the physical infrastructure, just in terms of protecting and cleaning. And we see this in both schools as well as colleges and universities. The second is the technology infrastructure. And to varying degrees, most institutions had some level of a technology infrastructure. They had learning management systems. Many were using video as a supplement to class. So many had already begun developing their online programs and building online courses. Zoom has emerged as the platform du jour, or du jour, here in the United States, as we've moved from face-to-face to online, or what we're calling here remote learning, something not fully as well designed necessarily as some of the well thought out online education. There's another element I would call the personnel infrastructure, that for many faculty members who were doing some work with technology but not a lot, or others who resisted, but a need for a significant investment in training and support for those faculty members. Some may have had limited experience with Zoom or making limited use of the learning management system. Others may have had none. and necessary to address their training needs and their sense of self-confidence. Can I do this? I've never done this before. I'm not sure how to do this. And some of that also includes an issue of instructional support. We're having available instructional designers, not just their course materials up on a screen, but to redesign the course materials for a very different learning environment.
I see. Something that has struck my mind of late, even before the quarantine started here, was the fact that I felt that here in Brazil we saw many students
Ah, tá. Não, agora eu
going away
entendi.
from
Acho que faz
formal
super
higher
sentido. É só
education,
porque
a
fica bem
bachelor's
estranho o
degree,
feed com aquele post
postgraduate
cortado, né?
studies,
Então a gente, quando sempre postar, vai ter que postar outras duas fotos nesse
there's a
feed,
kind,
né?
there has been for,
Pra
you know,
não ter o mosaico,
good
né?
many
Porque senão ele
years,
fica todo
a
bagunçado.
monopoly on the part of formal education institutions to certify the capacity of young people to be able to exercise certain professions. But I felt from what I see going on here in Brazil, I don't know if it's the case in the United States also, that there's been some disillusion on the part of students who may be interested more, instead of sitting for 4 years in a classroom, a face-to-face classroom, they might want to get into the job market more quickly. And so they would prefer to go to a technical school, learn some IT, information technology occupation, and get into the market as quickly as possible. So this monopoly on the part of education institutions is being challenged by lower level institutions, post-secondary, but not full university level. Likewise, syndicates and private companies. For example, in the last couple of weeks, Google has announced what is essentially a Google University, since they have access to all the information that is available directly or indirectly online. What do you think would be the validity of a degree, even if it's an associate in arts degree, a 2-year degree above the secondary level? What would be the validity for someone holding a degree in an occupational thing like information technology, as opposed to a regular university degree? Go ahead.
Well, I think that the validity can be quite high depending on who offers the course and who also does the certification. But we should back up a little bit, at least in the context of the United States. We go cycles here every time there's a down labor market where there's a public conversation about the value of traditional higher education. It takes too long, it's too expensive to sit for a 4-year degree. And we're having that conversation again, and that conversation in part is accelerated by new providers. You mentioned Google, Coursera, some of the MOOCs, companies that are coming into the market to say, we can provide you with certification in technology or some other areas, and you don't need to take the time, you don't need to involve the costs, and this will get you faster and quicker into the job market. That may work. It's a not fully tested strategy. It's a very attractive strategy. For many students, it may be a short-term strategy. We have something different here in the United States than you have in Brazil, in that we have 2-year institutions, community colleges. Some of these are the first 2 years, and then you can transfer to a 4-year institution to complete your baccalaureate degree. But others do a large part of technical training, and they've been very much a part of the engine of the American economy for decades, for more than 100 years, in terms of providing technical training in healthcare, in engineering areas, in code writing. With the arrival of the internet, it's certainly the case that there were millions of Americans in the 1980s and the 1990s who had college degrees who didn't need another college degree in technology. They needed 2 or 3 courses, and they would go to community colleges or other providers. So there is value in these other providers. There's value in the certificates. The question is the value is in part determined by who provides the credential. Professor Lito, if you and I were to open a school and say that we're offering certificates, I suspect there's not much value in that. On the other hand, if Google offers that certificate, There's much more value in a labor market to say that it's a Google certificate. It's been reviewed for the curriculum and also for the assessment of the student who completes that degree. But the real question becomes not just the short-term employability, how fast can a student complete the course and get a job, but then what's the long-term option? At least in the United States, we know that even when we compare students who have engineering and technical degrees against their counterparts who have more traditional liberal arts degrees, while the students who have technical and engineering degrees may start faster. It's a little bit of the tortoise and the hare, that old story from Aesop's Fables. The engineering and the technical students may start with higher salaries. Often over time, their counterparts with non-technical degrees equal and surpass them as they move into management and they advance in small firms and large companies.
I see, very good. Do you foresee in the near or more distant future any dead ends being indicated? For example, in the last 60 days, several private universities here in Brazil have fired, demitido is the word in Portuguese, have sent away definitively hundreds and hundreds of professors because these institutions have acquired robotic software to grade student papers and even attribute grades, A, B, C, and D, or 100%, 80%, and so forth. Do you see any dead ends coming up, either as a result of this pandemic situation we're going through right now, or changes in the technology? What would you recommend people think about as possible dangerous dead ends up ahead?
There's certainly some conversations underway in the United States, and I would suspect across the globe, about the potential value and threat of artificial intelligence, of AI, to university education. Is it a matter of designing the curriculum? We certainly have seen some early efforts in terms of using AI applications to grade student papers and evaluate student coursework, but that's not fully embedded here yet. There are not a lot of examples, just some early experiments. I don't foresee that happening in the short term, meaning the next 3 to 5 years. Beyond that, I have no idea how that will play out. I think the more likely scenario here is one, we will have some closings of universities here, no question. We're seeing that already as students are making choices about where to enroll or where not to enroll. In many cases saying, I'm going to wait until the COVID situation settles before I decide to go to university, so deferring their enrollment for a year, maybe taking one of those Google courses that you referenced as a fast way to get a certificate, to get a job, and then to go back for a university degree. We're going to see, we, and I suspect like you in Brazil, we have a number of institutions that are on very soft ground in terms of their financial status. And those institutions are going to go. We're seeing the early stages of some mergers where some public universities or private universities are buying less stable universities for their programs, for their students, for their geography, essentially for the college or university campus. I think the other longer term question is to ask, and there's no great insight in this, that in the conversation that we're having across the globe, in the consumer market, in the corporate market, and in the education community about digital transformation, how much does COVID accelerate digital transformation? There's some conversation here in the United States, I suspect in Brazil, I'm certain in Europe and elsewhere, that we're doing things now 2, 3, 5, 7 years faster than we might have done otherwise absent COVID. Let me give you some examples in terms of just basic technology. We've been having a 10-year conversation in colleges and universities across the globe about moving various applications and services to the cloud. In other words, rather than colleges and universities having the hardware and the software and maintaining it themselves, that they put it in the cloud and it's maintained by a third party. These might be student registration systems or learning management systems. There's no question to my mind that the COVID experience will accelerate the movement to the cloud. I just finished a webinar earlier today with CIOs from a number of major American universities. And our conversation made it very clear that although many of them were, whatever they had moved to the cloud already, they were going to move to the cloud that much faster. Because if they had to host these applications, the software and the hardware on their campuses, they would have been effectively dead. They would have had huge problems, and the cloud solves some, but not all problems. I think a second issue we're going to have to address is user support. The day of a faculty member being able to do the curriculum design, assuming it's going to be a face-to-face class, in many cases, those days are going and maybe past. And many faculty members will acknowledge and will hopefully get assistance from people who are instructional designers, who have special technology skills to design it. Think about this as the difference between if you bake a cake, you start with all the ingredients in front of you. The phrase that we use in the United States is we bake in. So if you're designing a course to be online and you've not done it before, or you're redesigning that course, you start from the beginning and you have all the components of the ingredients in front of you. You don't throw stuff into the mix after the fact because you think it needs something. And I think that we're going to see a recognition for the need to bake in, to start from the beginning as we redesign courses for this new environment, even after the COVID situation settles, which will hopefully be sooner rather than later.
Very good. You've been
actually. Let me make one other comment, if I may. I suspect that here in the United States, as it is in Brazil and almost in every other geography, what COVID has highlighted for all of us is the difference between digital curricular materials and digital access. In other words, it's one thing to be able to put materials on a screen, but it's a very different set of challenges for our students to have the necessary tools, a platform, a notebook computer, or a high-end tablet, and access to Wi-Fi to access those materials. And we know here in the United States, when we've tried to go to remote learning in our schools, in our universities, large numbers of students, and this is largely a factor of economics, of family income, don't have access to the necessary hardware platforms, don't have access to signal, to Wi-Fi, to do the schoolwork that's now moved to screen. And that is a huge issue and a huge challenge. And it's a public policy issue as much as it is an education issue of how do we make sure that our students have the necessary tools, which are now increasingly technology tools and signal, Wi-Fi, that is part of the new landscape. It has been, but even more so.
Very, very good. Well, extending what you've just said into a new question, from your position as the editor of the Campus Computing Report, which is an annual survey sent to all colleges and universities in the United States, over 4,000 of them, asking them what are their current uses of information technology, hardware, software, policies for students and professors and so forth. You put this together into an annual report, and you've seen and been able to draw conclusions about tendencies, where things seem to be going. First question I would have along those lines, based on what you know, you're not a specialist in distance education, but based about what you've seen over the years in distance education, do you think distance learning can provide a future professional of information technology with what he or she needs in order to go out into the market? Or do you think that there has to be some kind of mixture between face-to-face and distance education in order to guarantee a better prepared future professional? What do you think?
I don't think it's a black and white choice of yes or no. In fact, there are a number of universities in the United States that are doing technology training and doing undergraduate and master's degrees online, fully online, and preparing technologists, engineers, whether structural design or whether they go into other parts of technology. But a lot of it really depends on the design of the curriculum and the infrastructure for the instructional infrastructure at those programs. There are some on-campus programs that are very good and some are not. There are some online programs that are very good and some are not. So it's not a matter of being one way or the other, or the environment defines whether it can be good or not successful. It's a matter of the investment in doing it well and doing it right.
Right. Continuing in this line, you and I have discussed in previous conversations certain institutions like Georgia Tech and Arizona State University, which are doing really pioneering work, looking at the landscape across North America, United States and Canada. Would you be able to indicate, if you don't want to mention names of institutions, then just talk about innovative things that are happening so that Brazilian institutions can go online and see what these institutions are doing with the use of information technology or new forms of instruction that could be replicated here. What do you think about this?
Let me begin with a statement. Innovation is not cheap. Innovation involves an investment. It's an investment in infrastructure. And the universities in the United States that you mentioned, for example, Southern New Hampshire, Arizona State University, others, have made significant long-term investments in their infrastructure, in the instructional and technology infrastructure that makes possible some of the things that they're doing. It's not that this is done overnight. It's not that this is done like waving a magic wand and it happens quickly. There are a lot of moving parts that involve people, that involve technology, that involve training. I think the places that are doing this well, state is one, Southern New Hampshire is another, there are a variety of others, recognize that this is not, the technology is only a small part of this. The instructional design is critical. Faculty support for faculty and students is critical. One of the things that makes online education work at Arizona State University, for example, is they have a large group of academic counselors and technology support personnel for faculty members and students, so that you don't feel like you're lost if you have a problem with a user support issue or you need other kinds of assistance. That again, it's not the technology, but it's what the technology enables that makes the difference. Related to that, what's very important and is often lost in these conversations is the use of evaluation. There are a lot of universities here in the United States, I'm sure there are in Brazil, there are across in Europe and elsewhere, where we might find one course, a course that's being taught face-to-face on the university campus, and the same course is being taught online. And too often we don't do an effective evaluation to say, we may evaluate the students in terms of their grade, but we don't evaluate the course in terms of student learning. Is it a common curricula? How is the curricula presented differently if it's online versus if it's in the classroom? What are the learning experiences that students have? And what are the learning outcomes? Right now, it's still the case, I think, in too many instances, unfortunately, that a lot of our judgments about distance education or online education and comparing it to more traditional education it is done without evidence. It's done without data in terms of looking at student performance, student outcomes, and the impact of those courses. We just say, well, online is not as good or online is going to be a lot better. We also hear the conversation, well, online will save money. I've yet to see a good, really good, well-documented research report that says going online saves money. It doesn't, in some cases, it just shifts the costs as opposed to reduce the costs. You have other kinds of costs. And so the issue of research and evaluation is an important part of this conversation as well.
Very good. I have some tremendous frustration here in Brazil when I hear, especially professors from the faculties of education, the schools of education that prepare and graduate future teachers for basic education, who say that it's not good to use computers and the internet because there's a problem of access. Only, let's say, 50% or 60, 70% of the students have access to digital means. And since it's not a 100% access possibility, then let's not do it at all. Then I get very, very frustrated because I recognize that this is a fallacy. It's the fallacy which has a nickname, the fallacy of nirvana. That is, in which you require the perfect solution. If you don't give me the perfect solution, I'm not interested. A solution which offers 90% or 80% of satisfaction, attending the public, adequately, 70% of the public or 50%. Do you have that same frustration in the States at all? Or is that fallacy, the nirvana fallacy, the perfect solution fallacy, not present there?
No, we have the same set of challenges here in terms of providing, as I mentioned earlier, the necessary platforms and the necessary infrastructure for students. Essentially, we're talking about low-income students whose families cannot afford to buy the computer, whose families can't afford to subscribe, or where there's not Wi-Fi signal where they live. And those students, unfortunately, are penalized. Where I live in Los Angeles, when we closed the schools in March, and we've not yet reopened them, and we tried to go to remote learning, as many as 40% of the students never logged on. They lost the second half of the academic year, and they're losing the beginning of this year. And they never logged on because they didn't have access to resources. The challenge is not the issue is not to say, well, it's terrible that those students can't get in. The issue is to say, how do we solve that problem and provide resources and access for those students? Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that's going to require commitment, and that's going to require money. But those students should not be penalized because this is not their fault.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Perhaps one last question.
And Fred, let me say that, I'm sorry, Fred, I'm sorry. And that's not just basic education students. That's also adults who enroll part-time in universities, who also may not have the necessary platforms and may not have necessary Wi-Fi that they need to do university work as part-time students.
Right. I have an intuition based on what I know about higher education and technology, that I'd like to know what your opinion is. See if I'm up the wrong tree, or if I seem to be on the right track. As you look around the world of productivity, the industry, commerce, services, and so forth, you see that almost everybody is using the same group of technologies, like artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, analytics, big data, and so forth. I think this presents the possibility, which will benefit individuals, if an individual who works in, let's say, the pharmaceutical industry, and he's familiar with these because it deals with his work. He's familiar with these new forms of processing information, which controls the machines and reduces manual labor as much as possible. If this person who's in the pharmaceutical industry feels he or she could make a better salary moving to the transport industry or to commerce and so forth, to me, my hunch, my intuition tells me that people migrating from one sector of productive society, from industry to commerce to services and so forth, will be facilitated because there's so much similarity now. The differences that have been the case in the past, different kinds of accounting, different kinds of hiring policies and so forth. I think there'll be much more similarity permitting migrations. Do you think I'm barking up the wrong tree, or do you think that there might be this greater facility?
I think there's some of that, but I think also some industries, just by the nature of the technical expertise, really do remain silos. You know, somebody can be in pharmacy. I think the likelihood of moving from pharmacy, unless you're in the financial side of pharmacy, into transportation or manufacturing is quite small. You're moving from pharmacy to other parts of healthcare, more likely. But let me come back, if I may, to something you said about big data and analytics, and my earlier comment about the need for evaluation. I can't speak for the situation, obviously, in Brazil. I've not surveyed there, but I have in the United States, but I suspect that there's some similarities nonetheless. When I survey the chief academic officers, the provosts, when I survey the CIOs, the chief information officers, we get a very clear message that we are not doing a good job of using data to inform decision making. I've been doing this for more than a decade. I have data points over time. And when we ask senior academic leaders, are you getting a return on your investment in analytics? Are you doing a good job of using data to inform your decision making? The answer is overwhelmingly, for the most part, we're not. Now, I've seen some phenomenal examples of big data in higher education. There is one university, the Georgia State University, that dramatically improved the retention and the degree completion rates for all its students, reducing the gaps between its low-income students and perhaps less academically well-prepared students against other wealthier students in 5 years. To do that kind of work is equivalent of academic light speed. It's incredibly fast to do that in 5 years. And their story is that they did it with analytics. But the reality is, they did invest a huge amount of money in analytics to understand their students, to understand the differences between different types of student populations. But the other thing they did was that they built a support infrastructure for those students after they had the analytics. So that in fact, on Monday morning, I got an email that said, Casey, you're in trouble based on your performance in class so far. It wasn't just that I got an email that said I'm in trouble. The email went the next step and said, this is how you get out of trouble. This is where you go on campus. This is the office you go to. These are the resources that are available to you. We will get you out of trouble. And that support infrastructure is critical. It's what I call tech-enabled high touch. It's not just the technology, but the need for high touch as well, where there's a gestalt, where the sum is more than the parts. And certainly that's one of the potential outcomes that we should look for as we think about the benefits of doing big data. Let me stop there. I went a little far afield from your initial question, but I think it's an important issue in terms of understanding how to use big data.
Yes, no, it was very useful, your epilogue to the earlier remark. Let me stop monopolizing the conversation and transfer over to Bettina with some of her questions and perhaps some questions from the audience. Bettina, please come into the conversation.
Okay, so we are talking, I was very much impressed about the comment of Professor Kenneth that engineers start better off in their careers, but in the end, it's people in the liberal arts that may come into leadership. So developing on this fact, what do you think are the most important skills that people need to learn in a fast changing society, just like the one we are living in right now?
Okay. Well, I think, Bettina, this is pretty well documented. Obviously, you need a content skill. I mean, that's what engineers and technology people have. They understand the content of the technologies that they work with. There are people skills, which are critical for advancement in order to apply those skills and to work in organizations. There is the skill of learning to learn, and also which is also highlighted as one of the advantages of the traditional liberal arts education. You know, if you think about engineers, for many engineers, the half-life of their technical knowledge is 5 years. You know, if I think about the computer language that was being taught when I was an undergrad years ago, that language is dead and died 35 years ago. And we've had an evolution of multiple computer languages that are now used. And so the ability to recognize and to learn and to acknowledge what you need to learn and to continue to invest in your learning is critical. For folks to advance.
Okay, so we need.
And let me add, if I may, part of that learning does not have to be another university degree. It can be short courses. It can be a MOOC. It can be something from Coursera. It could be a Google certificate. But it's building on a foundation and making the foundation stronger and adding to the foundation as opposed to just saying, okay, I've done this once, and I will never have to do it again. That's not a formula. That's not a strategy for success.
Bettina, before you bring up your next question, can I add a footnote to what Casey has just said? Statistics, international, both the United States, Brazil, places in Europe, show that 50% of the people who graduate from university nowadays 50% of them do not practice for the rest of their lives the profession for which they studied at university. That is, And I know from my laboratory, the School of the Future at the University of Sao Paulo, where we were dealing with using new technologies, information technologies, to improve basic education. I had two MDs, two medical doctors working with me. They graduated in medicine from the University of Sao Paulo, practiced medicine, and then worked for medical equipment companies, and then decided, no, they wanted to do education. And they came into a laboratory dealing with basic education. I think statistics show, as I recall, that not only do 50% not practice the profession for which they graduated, but during their economically active lives, they may have 5 or 6 different occupations, different types of occupations. Mm-hmm. So the question is, what should we be doing in universities to prepare people for this new kind of world where you have to feel like you're on a trampoline, coming from one corner to the next corner of the trampoline and another? But you're free to do that, and as Casey says, without going back to the benches of the schoolroom, you can take distance education courses to prepare you to make the changes that your salary and your habits and your desire for new challenges require that you take. Go ahead, Bettina. Sorry to cut you off.
Bettina, I'm sorry. Let me add to Professor Lito's comment. So I live in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles in 1990 was the center of the aerospace industry in the United States, or one of the centers. And in the United States in 1990, we had a recession. Tens of thousands of people who worked in aerospace, some of them worked on assembling airplanes, some of them worked on designing airplanes, lost their jobs. They needed new skills. Now remember, 1990 is the beginning of the internet. This is still before the Netscape browser and a lot of things, but it's the earliest days of technology. Many of those people who had laureate degrees or master's degrees, they went to community colleges to take 2 or 3 or 4 courses to learn new skills. And it's the importance of refreshing, of expanding and building on the foundation that becomes critical in terms of as a strategy for surviving and thriving in a changing environment where you may have 4, 5, 7 different jobs over the course of your career and where the landscape changes dramatically.
Yes, that's true. And what I see from what you're speaking is that we really need to go into lifelong learning. So it's a bit paradoxical what we are talking about. So students may prefer fast degrees in the beginning, but then they will find out they will have to learn for their whole lives, that this degree won't last forever. We have people needing and wanting and finding ways to learn more and more and more in advanced years of their careers, and universities shutting down. So what do you believe should be the role of a university within this context? So if a university wants to survive all that, what does the university have to offer students?
I'm going to let Professor Lito speak first.
That was a low blow, sir.
I'm deferring to your age and expertise, your wisdom and expertise.
No, not only that, I'm older and not necessarily wiser than you, certainly, but the issue is very clear. Universities have to reconfigure themselves. That is, if universities have built themselves over decades, sometimes centuries, not here in Brazil, only one university has reached a century. The Federal University of Rio de Janeiro recently celebrated 100 years. But the configuration of universities that we see today is teaching, research, and extension. Here in Brazil, extension is practically an unknown thing. Research is limited only to public universities and confessional universities. The religiously sponsored universities have an admirable record of producing good research, but extension is not the case. And so if we're looking at a future civilization, future society, in which people will have to go in and go out quickly to learn, because in that situation that I described in my first comment here today, when I said that somebody who works in the pharmaceutical industry but wants to move to transport, where he or she may have greater opportunities, better salaries, and so forth, he or she doesn't have to go back to school. He can go online, be selective in a pull technology kind of situation, not a push technology of the institution, but a pull technology in which he or she takes one online course of 15 hours or 20 hours to learn about how to do accounting in the new industry where he or she wants to move, and he or she may take another course in another university of 10 hours or 30 hours, and so forth. So the future professional will have to build his or her the construction of his or her knowledge base, brick by brick, course by course, little course here, little course there, and then he or she brings that background. I mean, you accumulate the background after you've left college or federal institution, an institute, community college, and you then work in one industry, move to another, and so on, and you accumulate experience. A little bit here and a little bit there, and then you can be a highly productive person. And these people sometimes turn out to be restless, creative, restless people who sometimes make decisions that can promote companies and even state companies and government offices into really productive centers of productivity. Bettina, your word.
No, let me
I think
I want to know what the role of the university will be in this fast-changing society.
If I may, go, please.
Yeah, well, just to finish up, I think universities, both public and private, have to start giving attention to extension, which means the non-traditional types of courses. Courses that just may give a certificate or not even a certificate. The problem with certification is Brazil is obsessed. Brazil is a what's the word? Cartorial-minded country. That is, if you don't have a degree, you can't teach the subject. Although in the case of the University of São Paulo and other major institutions of higher learning, the regulations always say people of notorio saber, of special fame in the area in which they work, can be invited to be university professors, even at the postgraduate level, because they've written books on the subject, or done scientific research and so forth and so on, even though they may not have degrees in that area. But here in Brazil, when I first moved to Brazil in the 1970s, we had people at the University of São Paulo, in the school where I taught, who were there because of notorio saber, because of this being famous for being highly specialized and productive. Nowadays, I don't know anybody here that does that. The law is not, which permits it, is not being used. So I think that universities, to answer your question, will have to reconfigure themselves into offering traditional degrees, bachelor's, master's, so forth, associate in arts degrees, which is just a 2-year of college, to become an assistant to a doctor, an assistant to a lawyer, without being a lawyer. Do you know what I mean? Just the first 2 years of school. And also continuing education for those who already have a master's degree, but they want to learn new things that they don't know about yet, but they don't want to go back to school every day to learn that. They know how to learn. They've learned how to learn, and they put this to good use. And somebody has to make courses for them. And so it can be industry, it can be the syndicates, the unions of workers who offer these courses. If the universities continue to sleep on the job, if they don't reconfigure themselves, as Professor Green has said, they'll be forced to die out. So both public and private universities have to rethink what their mission in life now is. An institution designed to work 150 years ago or 100 years ago, and which does not change, probably won't make it into the next few decades even. Bettina.
Okay.
As a visitor to Brazil, some of what I've learned, courtesy of Professor Lito and his colleagues, through my trips to Brazil over the last 15 years, also is I think that compared certainly to the United States and to Europe, there are some unique aspects of higher education in Brazil that works against the universities innovating. Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall the demography, the enrollments in higher education in Brazil, 80% is in for-profit institutions, effectively corporate universities. There's a large chunk that's in the nonprofit, like USP, University of Rio, and a small chunk in what essentially the private, nonprofit, often religious affiliated universities. Well, for the not-for-profit universities, for USP and others, there's no absence of demand in terms of students. The challenge may be getting money from the ministry to support operations, but there's no absence of demand. So the kind of marketplace issues that might be a catalyst for change may not, I would think, but correct me if I'm wrong, may not be as strong as they are, for example, among the for-profits who look at this as a market and say, we have to change because the market is changing. Now, there's some other issues about quality that all three said, but I think that's somewhat different in Brazil than it is here in the United States on some of those issues. But again, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, I have nothing to. Go ahead, Bettina, please.
No, this is something we see here in the students queue to go to the public universities, hundreds of students per place, and the private universities have to tend to all the others that don't get into the public universities. And well, we just have some minutes to finish here. So you believe that the motor for innovation is really to have to look after the student, to be in short of a supply of students, so that you have to look for them and tend them well and work in favor of them. So do you think the universities, if access is such a big problem, should universities also be responsible for access if they want their students to be successful?
Are you talking about actuarials and to resources? Yes. I would view this as effectively a covenant, a commitment. That if you come to my university, it's somehow we have to find a way to make sure that, one, you are prepared to succeed, that you have the necessary prior educational experiences. So I'm not enrolling you just to take your money, that there's a possibility that you will do well and do good, and I have curricula that will help you. Two, it's my responsibility, or I feel it should be my responsibility, to find the rector to make sure that you have the tools that you need. Now, not long ago, we thought that those tools would be, well, if we need to have scientific laboratories where the students can do experiments, that was sufficient. That's no longer sufficient. Part of that is now having the platforms to have access to the digital content and the signal. I mean, I think about how the world has changed dramatically. In a world that I was an undergraduate 45 years ago, and Professor Lito about the same time, we didn't have access to libraries across the world. There was nothing at our fingertips. It was pretty much what we could walk to with the limit of our resources. That's not true today. I can be here in Los Angeles and I can get newspapers from Sao Paulo and from Rio if I'm doing work about the Brazilian economy, or I can get government documents, and scholars in Brazil can do the same thing here. Or our folks who want to do art can get access to the Vatican libraries. I mean, the internet has opened up huge resources and simulations and other things that we can learn from. But if you're a student at my university and you don't have access to that, that's in part my responsibility, or should be. At least that's my feeling. Professor Lito?
Yeah, nothing to add to that. You've illustrated the issue quite well. Are there any questions from the public, Bettina?
No, and we are on time here. We need to close. So I'd like to thank you very much for this interesting conversation today. It was very enlightening, brought some new ideas. And if you want to say your final remarks, we will have to close the session.
Well, since I spoke first, I'll let Casey speak first in this closing minute.
Just my thanks to you, Bettina, and to Bett, Brazil, for hosting this forum. For me, it's a great privilege as an outsider to Brazil to be invited and trusted to be involved in conversations about higher education, about the United States and Brazil, the similarities and the differences and what we can learn from each other. So again, my thank you. And to those of you who are joining us this afternoon, thank you for your time and for your attention. And to my colleague, Professor Lito, who I always learn things from, thank you as well.
Thank you. And you, Professor Lito?
You exaggerate, sir. Thank you, Bettina. Thank you, Bett, for having organized this chat between my friend Casey Green, myself, and Bettina. And we look forward to future events of this type in order to stimulate discussion among our colleagues here in Brazil, hearing what's going on in other parts of the world. Thanks for the attention to the audience. Thank you, Casey, for joining us. Bettina, for your work too. And I close with that. Thank you and goodbye.
Very nice. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bettina. Thank you, Professor Kenneth. And thank you, Professor Frederick. Muito obrigada. Atenção, professores, a Adobe tem um presente para vocês. A Adobe é uma empresa de grandes experiências no poder de inspirar, transformar e fazer o mundo avançar, e que cada grande experiência começa com criatividade. Convidamos então você a acessar agora mesmo o portal Adobe Educa, um portal onde todos os educadores, todos os professores têm acesso gratuito a cursos com especialistas que podem ser tanto para atualização ou mesmo para quem quer iniciar do básico da rota de aprendizagem do portal. Aproveite agora mesmo, então, a oportunidade de ser um líder de criatividade e assuma um papel marcante na vida dos seus alunos. A gente rápido intervalo agora nas palestras de hoje, mas enquanto isso eu convido vocês mais uma vez para visitar os estandes virtuais dos expositores e acompanhar os workshops que eles estão oferecendo dentro dos seus estandes. Na volta, teremos a terceira sessão do dia, Inovação na Educação além da Pandemia, com Bill Pass. Não saia daí, a gente volta às 6 horas. Até lá! se eu falo Santana. Uma pergunta. Durante a transmissão, vamos supor que eu preciso falar com você alguma coisa e você me veja no chat. Você tem acesso ao chat, né? Você vai, se eu falar, isso não vai ser público, mas quem está na palestra vai me ouvir. Então é sempre manter o chat mesmo, né? Pegar o que tá por Foi gravado, Cirano, do Bett?
A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula de Bhaskara. A gaveta não tem ideia de por que o Oriente Médio vive em guerra e de como Napoleão influencia a nossa vida até hoje. Não muda a vida da gaveta ser fera em cálculo mental, interpretar um texto, entender o Renascimento, se a sessão é com C cedilha, nem se afinal Capitu traiu Bentinho. A gaveta não vai aprender. Mas uma criança vai. Abra a gaveta, vá. Doe um aparelho para uma criança da rede pública estudar remotamente. A gente retira na sua casa. Abra a gaveta, vá, doe. A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula de Bhaskara. A gaveta não tem ideia de por que o Oriente Médio vive em guerra e de como Napoleão influencia a nossa vida até hoje. Não muda a vida da gaveta ser fera em cálculo mental, interpretar um texto, entender o Renascimento, se a exceção é com C cedilha, nem se afinal Capitu traiu Bentinho. A gaveta não vai aprender, mas uma criança vai. Abra a gaveta, vá. Doe um aparelho para uma criança da rede pública estudar remotamente. A gente retira na sua casa. Abra a gaveta, vá, doe. A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula de Bhaskara. A gaveta não tem ideia de por que o Oriente Médio vive em guerra e de como Napoleão influencia a nossa vida até hoje. Não muda a vida da gaveta ser fera em cálculo mental, interpretar um texto, entender o Renascimento, se a sessão é com C cedilha, nem se afinal Capitu traiu Bentinho. A gaveta não vai aprender, mas uma criança vai. Abra a gaveta, vá. Doe um aparelho para uma criança da rede pública estudar remotamente. A gente retira na sua casa. Abra a gaveta, vá, doe.
Olá, sejam todos bem-vindos de volta. E antes da gente começar a terceira palestra do dia, eu quero fazer um convite para você. Você sabia que a Bett Educar tem um canal no Telegram? Nesse canal você pode acompanhar as novidades dos eventos online sobre a Bett Educar 2021 em primeira mão e ainda receber informações sobre o setor da educação. Então aponte a câmera do seu celular para o QR Code que está aparecendo aqui na tela e faça parte desse grupo. O link está dentro do mural ao lado, então é só clicar para já acessar. Você pode também acompanhar, claro, as nossas redes sociais. O nosso Instagram é @_BettEducar e no Facebook, @BettBrasilEducar. Vamos então à terceira palestra do dia. Essa palestra é um oferecimento do Moderna Compartilha, um projeto da Santilhana Brasil. O tema: inovação na educação além da pandemia. A mediadora, mais uma vez, é a Bettina Von Star, consultora de inovação. E a palestra é com Bill Bass, professor e presidente do Conselho da International Society for Technology in Education. Sejam bem-vindos. Bettina, é com você. A gente está aí, acredito, com um probleminha de conexão, mas já já terá início, então, a terceira palestra desse segundo dia da jornada Bett Online.
Good afternoon, everybody. Here we are with Bill Bass, who currently serves as the Innovation Coordinator for Instructional Technology, Information and Library Media for the Parkway School District in St. Louis, Missouri. USA. He has also held positions as a middle and high school English teacher, technology integration specialist, instructional coach, adjunct professional, and education consultant. As a speaker, writer, and professional developer, he focuses on systemic and sustainable integration of technology into classrooms at all grade levels and seeks to empower students and teachers with authentic learning experiences. Bill is the board president for the International Society for Technology and Education, ISTE, and has authored numerous articles, chapters, and books about meaningful usage of technology in education. So please enjoy his presentation for about 40-45 minutes, and we will have some questions and answers at the end of the session. Have a nice time with Bill Bass.
Thank you so much for having me. I am honored to be part of this event and asked to come back as a part of the organization. Again, my name is Bill Bass, and today what I am trying to do is have some conversation with you around how we approach innovation in education beyond a pandemic. When we talk about innovation, innovation can mean lots of things to lots of people. And so in our 45 minutes together, I want to focus on not just the innovation that we see every day in our schools and not just the innovation that we see in response to a pandemic that is happening in the world, but how we sustain innovation along the way. And I think that's a really important piece of the work that we do inside of education. So I appreciate being here. I appreciate the fact that I can share with you the work that we do as ISTE and the work that I do as an innovation coordinator in my school district. Now, as in my introduction, it talked about my two roles that I currently play in education. One of those is the president of the board of directors for ISTE. The other one is an innovation coordinator in my school district. And when we talk about innovation and having the title of innovation coordinator, it is interesting to think about the way that innovation plays in our schools and the different things that happen when we are working on innovation. And for the most part, what I recognize, or what I have come to recognize, is that innovation happens not just as a system, but in classrooms and in our schools, whether that is at the university level or whether it is at the primary level, from little ones all the way up to adults. Innovation happens in classrooms. So ISTE as an organization, what ISTE stands for is the International Society of Technology and Education. And ISTE and Bett are partners in working to bring innovation to schools. And I have had the privilege of being on the board of directors for ISTE for the past 5 years. ISTE's mission really is and vision is to bring technology into our schools and bring technology into education. And really what we want is to know that all educators are empowered to use technology to accelerate innovation in their teaching, but also to give our students opportunities to learn through technology and learn through the work that they are doing when it comes to technology. We want to inspire them to reach their greatest potential, because what we know inside of our schools and inside of our educational systems is that the reason that we're here, the reason that we teach students, is to prepare them for what's next. And what's next can be lots of different things, but we have to reach them in a lot of different ways. And that's a really important thing that we have to continue to consider along the way. So I want to take a moment and I want to look back in time a little bit. And I want you to think about, as you sit and listen and watch this, what what type of innovation have you done in your schools? What type of innovation is occurring in your communities when it comes to educating our students? Because when we look back, let's look back a year, let's look back a few months, and suddenly we have to think about innovation a little bit differently. Because in so many cases, innovation has been like, what is the future? But innovation occurs when we think about how to do something differently. And as teachers and as educators, we do that every single day. As teachers and educators, we analyze what has worked. We analyze what needs to shift and what needs to change in order for us to reach our students. And so innovation doesn't have to mean things like virtual reality, where we're looking at the world completely differently. Innovation occurs in small doses inside of our schools. So when we are looking at innovation, one of the things that happened to all of us all over the world is COVID. Like, we had to respond and we had to innovate around this global pandemic that was wreaking havoc on our systems and on our countries and on our communities. And so one of the things that we had to continue to do, continue to think about when it came to COVID and when it came to our response is, how do we reach those kids? How do we reach our students who may not have the access that they need, who may not have the ability to connect to our online learning, if that was the approach we were taking? So this has caused us to innovate. Last week, I went to Johns Hopkins University's website and I pulled down this map of the world showing the cases that have occurred with COVID. And you can see down in the lower left-hand corner that the United States, India, and Brazil, these places were hit the hardest worldwide. And so when we look at these numbers and we look at the innovation that has to occur in order for us in the United States and you in Brazil and others all over the world, when we look at the need, we had to really focus on innovating in our practice because it was obligatory. We had to go and we had to figure out what we were going to do to respond to this so that our students, regardless of their age, regardless of their level, so that our students would be able to continue to learn. Now that's innovation that has been thrust upon us. So what I want us to continue to think about is, what does innovation look beyond the pandemic? Because when we are looking at our future, truly in schools, our future may look like this. It may look like students interacting or not being able to interact with each other, wearing masks in school, being able to learn their content in different ways. And that's going to require us to innovate in different ways. It's going to require us to think about the world that we live in different ways. So, taking a look at that, how do we foster this innovation? If this becomes what our schools look like, how do we foster innovation beyond a vaccine, beyond coronavirus? How do we foster innovation along the way? And so that's really what I want to spend the bulk of our time on today, is how do we lead through this and how do we talk about innovation so that it's not just when we are up against a crisis, but that it is something that we are continuing to focus on throughout our time in order to meet the needs of our students in meaningful ways. So one of the first ways that I think we can do this is to talk about it in terms of creativity, and to talk about creativity in such a way that we are finding new ways to provide students opportunities to create. Now, there are digital tools out there that give us opportunities to create, whether that is through computer coding, whether that is through other hands-on materials. There are digital tools that will allow us to understand and create new experiences. As educators, it's our responsibility to design the experiences that harness the power of those digital tools. Because what this will do is allow our students to create. Now, this isn't about technology. This isn't about the fact that we need to provide our students access. What it's about is about designing experiences for our students that are going to give them opportunities to be creative. Because in today's world, creativity is becoming a currency. It's becoming a way that we can communicate and we can react to each other and we can collaborate in those ways. Creativity is part of being a student today. And it's, more importantly, it's part of being an adult in a society where we need to be creative along the way. So the question becomes, how do we foster creativity in our schools? How do we foster creativity in our classrooms? And the answer is that we, as educators, we intentionally design experiences that are going to harness the power of technology and that are going to give our students the ability to have experiences that they may not normally have in our traditional classrooms. Even when we move back into our classrooms, that creative piece, that creativity that we need to bring to our kids is going to still be extremely important. So I ask educators, how are you fostering creativity? And that's done in lots of different ways. And a lot of times it just depends on an individual student and what their needs are. Now, another element that I think that is going to continue to allow us to bring innovation to our schools is this of recognizing that our students today are citizens of the digital age. We talk a lot about digital citizenship. We talk a lot about doing the right things when we are online. But the right things are different based on your culture. The right things are different based on your upbringing, and the right things are different based on the norms that you have in your schools. But the bottom line is that what we want to do when we talk about citizens of the digital age is what we want to do is we want to be sure that our students are able to make decisions for themselves in the future. While they sit with us and while they are in our classrooms, the decisions are largely made for them. We tell them what to do. We tell them when to go to a specific website. We tell them all the different things that they need to do in order to complete an assignment. But what we don't necessarily talk to them as much about is what it means to be a citizen in the digital age. What they need to be thinking about in order to, in fact, be that citizen. So one example of that is I continue to tell my teachers and continue to talk about how we need to let our students into our digital lives. And that means to have conversations with them about what is important in the digital world. What is important for us to be able to react to. And instead of making a bunch of rules about what not to do, let's give them opportunities to know what to do. And that starts with conversations about the way we as adults use technology in our lives in order to foster that in our students, regardless of what our students' ages are. And so that means we have to be reflective. And that means that really what we want to focus on is in their future, how do we want them to be able to make the decisions that are important to them? Another way that we can approach innovation in our schools is to really think about it in terms of how do we design solutions to the issues that we have in our world. Whether those are solutions for our schools or whether those are solutions that were created for our society. But designing solutions means that we are building resilient systems that can handle a pandemic, that can handle changes that are being made to our world. The technology is less important. Technology isn't magic. It doesn't change. It can change our experience, but it doesn't do it for us. What we need to do is understand that technology is facilitating learning and problem solving along the way. Not, in some cases it makes our life better, but it is not meant to simply replace teachers. It's not simply meant to replace the experiences that we want to have our students come away with. And so what that means is it's more important for our kids to design the solutions than it is for our educators. Having them design the solutions goes a long way in terms of helping them realize the potential that technology has. So far, we've talked about 3 different things that can keep innovation going beyond this pandemic. Let's talk about a few more. The next one that I want to discuss is this idea of testing solutions and staying flexible. How do we test our solutions? How do we figure out what to do and when to do it? That means we have to have flexibility. That means we have to have flexibility in the classroom so that when something comes up, we can figure out what the solution is. The last one was to design solutions. Now we have to be able to test those solutions and figure out is this actually the right way to do this? And then if it is, great, we move forward. If it's not, how do we stay flexible, and how are we willing to let something go? How are we willing to discard an idea or a solution because it doesn't actually meet our goals? And that takes some internal confidence, and more importantly, that means that we have to provide our students with that kind of confidence as well. So testing solutions is it's an interesting way to think about this, but that means we have to adapt to new scenarios. We have to provide ourselves as educators the ability to shift gears along the way. We need to provide ourselves as educators the ability to support our students as they shift gears and encourage them to make mistakes, because mistakes are the places where learning occurs. Another idea that can continue to foster innovation over time is to empower one another. And empower one another through collaboration, through support, and really through finding that group of people that are going to foster that innovation along the way. Okay? So when we empower each other, what that means is that we support each other. That means that we find our communities in order to find people who are like-minded. We find those communities that are interested in the same kind of things we are, but at the same time will push us along the way. As teachers, there's lots of different organizations that can support us, Bett being one of them, ISTE being another one of them. But what kind of organizations, what kind of support do we need to give our kids? And how can we empower, how can we teach our students to empower each other along the way? And that's a really important question that we have to continue to ask. Are we, as the adults, are we the ones who are empowering our students, or are our students empowering each other? And if they're not, we need to give them that opportunity. We need to provide them space to empower each other and not presume that we have the right answer. So helping students find and rely on each other along the way is another way that we can continue to foster innovation. Now, part of that, though, means that we have to empower each other. As adults, as educators, we have to find our communities that are going to support the information and the structures and support our own learning so that we have the ability to really foster that in our students. Which means that as educators, we all continue learning over time. As educators, we have to recognize that our learning doesn't end when we graduate, that we are always learning, and we are showcasing that to our students. So moving on, one of the other ways that we can really foster this innovation over time is to think globally. When we think about the coronavirus and the pandemic that we are currently in, it's hard not to think globally about it. It's hard to think only locally and how it only impacts those of us right now in our own communities. In fact, it's almost impossible to not look at the map that we looked at earlier from Johns Hopkins and think about how this is impacting the world overall. But after we move past a pandemic, after we on the pandemic and have our normal again, how do we continue to think globally? And so one of the ways we can do that is continue to connect with people around the world who are thinking and struggling with the same kinds of topics we are. Thinking and connecting beyond our four walls. Now, right now, we're connecting over video for this conference. And this conference, it had to move to a virtual venue, which so many around the world are right now. And so how do we continue to think globally, and how do we continue to connect between Bett and ISTE? How do we continue to connect schools that are currently struggling to find ways to connect with each other? And one of the ways to do that is by simply being intentional, by simply making an effort to be sure that we don't let that go once we get to a point where we can resume life. Thinking globally isn't something that just happens in isolation. It's something that we have to continue to foster over time, and we have to continue to think about for our future. Because as we have seen during this time, during the coronavirus era, we have to rely on each other around the world, especially inside of education, in order to make strides and continue moving forward for our students. Now, part of that moving forward also has to be that we have on relationships. We continue to focus on the well-being of our students. We continue to focus on the well-being of our educators and each other, and recognize that part of thinking globally means to build and develop those relationships over time, to build and develop and maintain those relationships. Once Bett is over, as you are finding new information, as you are connecting with people inside of your schools, inside of your communities, and inside of the country as a whole, that focus on relationships has to continue. Because really, relationships, as we know as educators, one of the biggest things that we can do for our kids is help them figure out how to build their own relationships over time. That goes back to modeling, and that goes back to sharing with them our strategies for how to do that. That's where innovation occurs. Innovation occurs in relationships. Innovation doesn't necessarily have to occur because we set up a system. In my job, I'm responsible for fostering innovation. And the way that I foster innovation has to be by building relationships that our teachers need in order to build the relationships that our students need. And finally, I want one other way that I want to talk about just how to continue to foster innovation over time is to think about what plans you are making. Okay, now, whether that is at a school level, whether that is at the governmental level, regardless of what your lens is, if we think about planning and the plans that we make over time, we have to have that vision that will allow us to think beyond our current reality. Inside of ISTE, we want to be sure that educators are empowered to accelerate teaching and learning through the use of technology. The only way that we can empower our educators is to plan. And the only way that we can empower our students is to plan. And the only way that we can empower our families is to plan. We have to be intentional about our plans and make sure that those plans include a variety of different options for our students. Because none of our students are the same. None of our students will approach things the exact same way, just like none of our teachers will. And so as we think about what our plans are, we have to look at where we want to be in order to innovate. And then think about what the steps are that are going to take us there. The steps are that are going to get us to the point where we can say, this is an innovative practice. It is different than what we did before. And the reason that it's different is because we are responding to the needs of our students, or that we are responding to the needs of those who we serve. And so that can happen in a lot of different ways. And really, you have to analyze and think about what is the response that you need in order to do that. So we all know that education has some tough problems. Okay, we know that our educational systems have difficulties. They have things that we need to address. And there are three ways that I think we can address these things. First of all, become an advocate. Become an advocate for your programs, become an advocate for your teachers, become an advocate for your students, regardless of what level you are at. Secondly, utilize resources to support teaching. Those resources are important in order to help us figure out what we need in order to teach. And then finally, engage with professional networks. So let me address each one of these just really briefly. When we become advocates, when we think about innovation, we become advocates for our students, it means that we are supporting them, and it means that we are speaking up for them in ways that they may not be able to speak up for themselves. It means that we have the ability as adults, as professionals in education, to make change that are going to meet the needs of our students. That's what advocacy means. That's what it means to become an advocate in those ways. So if you want to solve tough problems, if you want to continue to innovate, this is one of those strategies. So how do you advocate? You talk to your communities. You talk to those who make decisions in your schools, in your classrooms, in your government. You know the people who have influence. Figure out how to influence the influencers. That's what becoming an advocate means. It means that we have a responsibility to our students to make sure that they are taken care of and that their needs are taken care of. The second way to solve those problems, more of an action step, is to utilize the resources that we have. Now, sometimes those are digital resources. Sometimes it's technology. Sometimes it's computers. Sometimes it's people. People are our resources. And how do we utilize those resources in order to make change in our communities? How do we utilize those resources in order to give our students the things that they need over time? So utilizing resources really depends on the resources that you have. But what I would encourage you to think about and analyze as you try to solve the problems that you have in your own communities when it comes to education, what I would encourage you to think about is really think beyond the monetary resources that you need. In so many cases, we think that things are out of reach because we don't have the funding or the money that is going to go along with that. Resources are beyond money. Resources are the tools that we use and the people that we connect our students to. And so as you think about what resources you have, I would encourage you to really focus on what are the ways in which I need to utilize those resources in order to make my school, my system, my community better, and what changes need to occur in order to do that. And then finally, to solve problems in education and to continue innovation beyond a pandemic, what I would encourage you to do is engage with professional networks, is to find that group of people that are going to help support you and build you up. Whether that is an organization like Bett or ISTE, whether that is just a small group of friends in your school that give you support and structure and push you along the way. One of the things that I see a lot inside of schools is complacency. And what I see is there are systemic things that keep us from innovating. And sometimes it's not that they are bad, it's that they are traditions that we have that we are not willing to let go of for whatever reason. And so engaging with professional networks, you can strategize. You can help each other figure out what it is going to mean in order to help make change in your system. So I would encourage you to engage with professional networks, both inside and outside of your schools, because the future is uncertain. We don't know how things are going to change for us, but we do know that things are going to change. And things will continue to evolve over time. And so what I'd like you to think about is, with all of that, so far what we've talked about, we have talked about the different ways to maintain innovation, right? The different things to think about, the bigger picture things to consider. We have talked about some strategies, utilizing resources, engaging with professional networks, right? We have talked about these different things, but the question is, what now? What kind of things are out there that are going to support me going forward? And one of the things that I would encourage you to think about in a support structure are the ISTE standards. Okay, so the ISTE standards, like I said, ISTE is an international organization, and the ISTE standards are a set of guidelines that can help teachers and educators and systems think about those big ideas. So when we talked about, before we talked about citizens of the digital age, and that is embedded inside the ISTE standards. We talked about collaboration and teachers collaborating with each other and giving students opportunities to collaborate. That is inside the ISTE standards. So the ISTE standards are really a framework for rethinking education and empowering learners. It is a framework and guidelines that can help us understand what it means to teach and educate students in the year 2020. The ISTE standards can help provide guidance and support as you seek to find those professional networks along the way. And so there's a variety of ways that this can happen, because there are shifts that are taking place in education worldwide. There are shifts that take place all over the place every time because of things like the coronavirus, but also just because we understand that we do live in a global society now, and things are different and things are changing. So one of those things is that we are moving from learning facts to learning how to learn. And that's one of those things that the ISTE standard supports. We want our students to be able to learn regardless of the content. We also want to focus less on knowledge and more on understanding, because the understanding means that you can take those situations, that content, that concept, and put it into new situations. And that's where understanding occurs. So if we only focus on knowledge, that's only focusing on a very small part of it. What we really want to focus on is the understanding that our students have around these concepts. We also want to move from students simply consuming information to starting to create their own information, to start to take the knowledge that we have and take the understanding that they have and put those into something that is going to be a creative endeavor. Which goes back to our very first point, that creativity is part of a currency now. We want our students to create in different ways. We also want to move from just individual work to teamwork. We recognize that worldwide, more people as they are adults are working in teams than they ever have before. They are working in ways that are giving them options in order to work together and collaborate, as opposed to just sit down and do your individual work. And education is no different. We see collaboration all over the world. We also want to be sure that we give students opportunities to solve problems and not just answer questions that we give them. Now, answering questions can help solve problems, but what if we give them the opportunity to pose those questions themselves? That changes the learning, that changes the environment, and that changes our understanding. And then finally, and this is one that is continuing to be worked on all over the world, and that's changing this from an adult-led environment to a student-directed environment, where students, even though they are learning the content and the concepts that we want them to, they are making their own choices about their education, and they're understanding where they fit into their own education. And it's not just, they're not doing things just because an adult told them to. So these are some shifts that have occurred and that are occurring in our educational system that are supported by the ISTE standards. So I want to share with you just briefly some of the standards and what they mean. Okay, so first of all, we have standards for students. And the standards you can see on this graphic here, the standards really are around how we create digital citizens, how we create innovative designers and creative communicators. Because what this does is it focuses on learning to learn, that we are preparing students to adapt to rapid and ongoing change, that we are preparing students to be able to create their own change that they will see in their futures. So it's not preparing them for today. It's not preparing them to do well in school. It's preparing them to be able to make decisions on their own in their future. Another set of standards that we have is the standards for educators. And so the standards for educators is really focusing on changing practice by rethinking and redesigning learning with technology. So if you look at the different standards for educators, all of those support our student standards. They support, if we want students to be digital citizens, that means we need our educators to be digital citizens. If we want our students to be able to collaborate, then our teachers need to be collaborators. If we want our students to be learners and to continue to think about learning beyond today, that means our teachers need to be learners. And they need to be transparent in how they are learning so that our students can learn from them. And then the last set of standards that I want to share with you is our standards for educational leaders. And this is basically ways that leaders in our schools and in our systems can support our students and our teachers as they are learning. Okay, so what this does is it focuses on leading systems change, establishing a vision of transformative learning to empower others, And so as I think about the work that I do in my own school district, it really is about change. It is really about the managing the change that comes with our schools and comes with the systems that we are creating. And so in a lot of cases, what this means is that we have to provide different opportunities. And as leaders, we have to pave the way in order to help our educators and our students make their own change. So when you think, so there are basically these three sets of ISTE standards provide us with the structure to create innovative practice over the long term. To create innovative practice and to foster innovation beyond today and beyond the pandemic, beyond coronavirus, recognizing that 2 months from now, we could be in a very different place. A year from now, we could be in a very different, 5 years from now. All of these things, if we want to keep innovation going and not just as a response to something like the coronavirus that is going on in the world, we have to, in fact, take ISTE standards as a framework, as guidelines, and as a structure, and push that through so that we continue to focus on that over time. Which takes us to next steps. And when we think about our next steps, one of the biggest things that I would encourage everyone who's watching to do is to find ways to connect and find ways to think differently about the work that you do. It's not that any of the work that we do is wrong. In fact, we have done worldwide an amazing job of responding to the coronavirus when it comes into our educational systems. We really have stepped up our practice to provide online experiences for our students, to do distance learning types of work. But in order to continue to bring innovation to our schools, it can't stop when the pandemic is over. It can't stop just because we have been able to go back to school. Innovation occurs because we have educators and leaders who have committed to making change in our schools and committed to providing students with authentic, unique learning experiences that are going to push them forward. So I would encourage you to continue to think about what innovation looks like in your environment. I would continue to think about what innovation is what types of innovation you want to foster, and how your system either fosters or stifles innovation for your schools. So with that, I want to thank you for having me. Thank you for spending time with me. Again, my name is Bill Bass, and I am, I know we have some questions that we were going to answer at the end. So if we want to move into that, that'd be great.
Thank you very much, Bill. So you've shown us very clearly how innovation is important and how we can advocate for it. But just for us to get a bit more concrete, because you really have these broad standards and broad strategies for leaders to follow. How do you deal with situations in which you see that the whole community, teachers, students, school boards, and so on, believe that it's enough to learn what you're supposed to learn and pass the tests, and why should we bother to innovate? How do you deal with this type of situation?
So in a lot of cases, when we think about systems that are needing to change and that are suggesting that it's okay we are doing fine. Our students are continuing to learn. They are passing their tests. They are doing school. The question that I will ask to those folks about why do we need to innovate is because our problems are changing. Our world is changing, and nothing is. We are in an educational system that is outdated. We are using an educational system that, while students may be very successful in that, doesn't prepare us to solve problems like a pandemic. Doesn't prepare our students to really solve the problems that are going to face them in their futures. We are preparing students for a world that kind of doesn't exist anymore. And I think that that's why we have to innovate. It's not just because our students are doing well in school. Because I think my typical response is school isn't life. School is preparing you for life. And if we are preparing kids to do well in school, we're kind of missing the fact that they are needing to be prepared to do well in life. And so innovation has to occur in order for our students to be able to make their own decisions in the future and not just do well on a test. Because a test isn't a true measure of whether you are going to be successful. What a test does measures whether or not you have been able to study well enough and or memorize a concept well enough to respond to a teacher's questions. And that doesn't necessarily give us what we need for our students beyond today.
Very nice. And tell us, you use this future-proof education. So how do you define a future-proof education concept?
So when we think about future-proofing education, what that really means is to prepare our students for whatever is next and to prepare our teachers to be able to respond to whatever is next. So in the United States, we have there's an organization called Future Ready Schools. And the website for that is just futureready.org. And so when we think about future ready, what that is saying is that we are ready to change with the times. We are ready to change based on what the needs of our communities and the needs of our schools are. And so when I think about future proofing and when I think about being a future ready school, what I think a lot about is what kind of plans do we need in place? What kind of structures do we need in place as the base of our schools in order to build upon that regardless of how our world changes? So back at the beginning of this year, our world changed dramatically when it came to education. Suddenly, we were thrust into needing to respond and providing the students a place online to learn. And that was hard. That was something that we weren't, as systems, we weren't prepared for. We weren't prepared to provide our students with that platform. And so around the world, I saw schools struggling and I saw students struggling because we hadn't given them those opportunities. In order to future-proof, we have to be prepared for whatever is next, not just what we think is next. And so the Future Ready initiative really gives us opportunities to expand our thinking around our schools and to think about it in terms of funding, where we put our money, where we put our energies, and recognize that those energies and that money that we are putting towards different initiatives are things that are going to have dramatic impacts on our students. So inside of Future Ready, one of the things that that we talk a lot about is we talk about our library programs. Okay, so in my district, I'm responsible for my library program. I lead our library program. I make sure that they have the tools and approaches that they need in order to meet the needs of their students. Well, Future Ready Libraries is aligned with our Future Ready schools. And a lot of times, one of the biggest approaches, one of the biggest strategies that I would tell educators to use is to learn the language that is going to resonate with those who you are trying to influence, and be strategic about that, because when you use the same language, that really solidifies the need. It solidifies the connection between classrooms and our systems. It solidifies the connection between the future employment of our students and the things that they are learning right now. In so many cases, and I alluded to this before, in so many cases, we are giving our students a very small look at what their future is going to be. And so in order to future-proof schools, we have to a certain extent, we have to be cutting edge. We have to respond to our kids' needs and respond to the changes that are being made in our societies.
Very nice. So we do have to be ready for whatever we may need to face. We would never have imagined it would be a virus. We were very much afraid of robots, and suddenly it was the virus that upended our educational system. So do you have examples of schools that had this future-ready approach and that were able to handle pandemic with a better response than those that had never thought about a changing future?
Absolutely. There are schools that have been not planning for a virus. I don't think anybody actually saw a virus coming. I think that for the most part, we thought that we were going to need to expand our network or our internet access or things like that in order for our students to prepare for college or prepare for a job or something like that. When the pandemic hit, at least in the States, when the pandemic hit and we suddenly had to close down our schools, the results were, there were some schools who just stopped. There were schools that they couldn't teach those kids anymore. And then there are other schools who were suddenly spending, instead of spending money on facilities, they started spending money on computers. Instead of spending money on textbooks, physical textbooks, we started looking at online resources. And so I know in my own district, that was one of the big shifts we made. Instead of, just in our library program, instead of buying physical books to put in our libraries, we started thinking about our electronic book collection as equally important to our physical book collection. And that was a big shift that we had to make. But suddenly, we had to give our students access beyond that. And so when I think about the pandemic, those schools who had already thought about access, and when I talk about access, I'm not just talking about the internet and devices. I'm talking about access to experiences that we want to give our students. So rather than teaching only in traditional methods, those schools that were going to be more successful during a pandemic, during this time of extreme change, where truly everyone was kind of panicked, those schools who were ready to do that were the ones that had already been considering, how do we give more of our students access to experiences inside of our classrooms that can then translate outside of our classrooms. And that was a big change. I know there was a school in New York that really, because they had already been developing their teachers and giving their teachers opportunities, they were future ready. They were future proof because they had provided their teachers enough tools and enough strategies that they could, in fact, respond to whatever was going on. And it didn't matter whether it was a pandemic or whether it was, you know, a different kind of crises, because they were thinking about it in terms of how do we meet all of our kids' needs, as opposed to how do we meet the kids' needs that are already successful in school. And that was the big shift for a lot of our schools in the States, was how do we give this to everyone, not just the people, not just the students who are able to access the internet and who have devices and who are and who have teachers that are already designing those type of lessons. What we really want is for those type of lessons to be designed by all teachers, as opposed to just the ones who happen to be interested in technology and the digital world. And so I think that's the difference between a future-ready school and a school that is future-proof, and one who is panicked because they don't know how to respond because they've never been in that kind of a situation. Just like I was talking about students, we want them to be able to solve tough problems and create resilient systems and understand how to respond to those things to make decisions. We want the same thing from our teachers. And that's where I think the ISTE standards and Future Ready all come together in order to help our communities with whatever's next.
Very nice. Thank you, Bill. This was all very insightful. And I believe your future-ready schools will also be able to handle coming back from the pandemic with all of these opening and closings that we expect. So thank you very, very much. It was very enlightening, and I think you brought interesting concepts for the Brazilian education community here.
Well, I appreciate being here. I thank you so much for having me.
Olá, pessoal. Obrigada por estar com a gente até agora na jornada Bett Online. É um prazer ter com a gente nesse segundo dia. A gente vai acompanhar agora a tão esperada palestra inspiradora Geração Milênio e Seus Medos, com o Luiz Felipe Pondé, que é filósofo e colunista da Folha de São Paulo. Aproveite!
Ok. Bom, boa noite. Eu quero agradecer o convite para fazer parte dessa iniciativa, desse evento. É sempre um prazer falar sobre esse tema dos jovens, já que é um tema que nos ocupa, né? Cada um na sua área. A minha experiência é basicamente em universidade, né? Há 25 anos. E a fonte, desde onde eu vou falar, é basicamente primeiro tem uma fonte da área da minha experiência profissional, né? Seja dando aula no chão da sala de aula de graduação e de mestrado e doutorado também, mas especificamente nosso assunto hoje é mais relacionado à graduação, há 25 anos, né? E eu, professor de graduação, aliás, como professor de escola também, mas eu não tenho experiência de escola, mas assim, o professor de graduação ele tem uma experiência típica que é, a cada ano ele está um ano mais velho e o aluno tem sempre a mesma idade, né? Então você tem assim uma percepção de mudanças, das diferenças, e claramente o jovem que hoje está com 18, 19 anos, 20 anos, ele tem algumas características bem diferentes do jovem que tinha essa idade há 10 anos, por exemplo, ou mesmo há 5 anos, né? Uma outra fonte é a minha própria experiência na mídia e nas mídias sociais, porque eu tenho muitos seguidores, ouvintes e leitores que são jovens, né? E muitos deles interagem comigo, seja pelo jornal, pela Folha, seja mesmo nas mídias sociais ou na TV Cultura. Então, eu também tenho um contato já há bastante tempo por conta dessa inserção na mídia. A outra fonte vem da área de literatura especializada, né? A literatura especializada, que tem bastante literatura circulando no mundo, basicamente língua inglesa. Infelizmente, aqui no Brasil, a gente ainda tem muito pouco material traduzido sobre esse tema da geração millennial. Eu já vou precisar um pouco melhor o conceito, né? Não só o conceito de milênio, mas também o conceito de geração enquanto tal, né? Mas a gente, infelizmente, tem muito pouca literatura ainda traduzida em português ou produzida aqui mesmo sobre esse fenômeno, digamos assim, né? Então, são essas duas fontes. Uma fonte de experiência pessoal e uma fonte de leitura sobre o assunto, porque esse tema preocupa tanto quem trabalha em escola, quanto preocupa quem está lidando com a gestão de pessoas no mundo corporativo, né? Por conta da entrada de jovens no mercado de trabalho. Antes de tudo, a gente precisa lembrar que o conceito de geração que a gente usa tão largamente hoje, na sociologia, na filosofia, na psicologia, na educação, é o conceito que nasceu na publicidade americana, né? Nasceu na publicidade americana por volta dos anos 50, 60, e era uma preocupação dos publicitários americanos identificar certos objetos de consumo, né? Aquilo que se chama em publicidade, é uma expressão que hoje não se usa muito, mas até os anos 90 era muito comum se usar, a tentativa de identificar segmentos de consumo, né? E essa ideia de segmentação do consumo, ela acabou sendo hoje tomada por uma ideia que é um pouco mais sofisticada no detalhe, que é o conceito de customização do consumo, né? Mas é importante lembrar que a origem da discussão sobre geração vem da publicidade, para a gente perceber algumas características do conceito que são ativas até hoje, né? A primeira delas é que está ligada a objetos de consumo e objetos de desejo, né? O publicitário, ele queria entender o que determinadas pessoas de determinadas idades tinham como objetos mais privilegiados de desejo. A gente sabe que um bom publicitário, um bom profissional de marketing é aquele profissional que sabe o que você vai desejar daqui 2 anos, mas você não sabe ainda, né? Mas ele já sabe porque ele está atento aos padrões de consumo atual e às tendências. E para observar tendências, você tem que justamente observar certos hábitos de consumo dos mais jovens, né? E esses hábitos de consumo não têm mais a ver unicamente com objetos físicos, mas tem a ver com estilos de vida, estilos de roupa, objetos aspiracionais, né? No sentido de que hoje você tem consumo até de certos projetos de vida, consumo de certos projetos de estilo de vida, né? A própria noção de escolha profissional, quanto mais acesso você tem material a bens, mais você tem escolha, normalmente, a fazer. Quando você tem menos acesso a bens materiais, e é uma estrutura econômica que vem anterior a você, que lhe sustenta, você tende a ter menos escolhas, né? Por conta justamente do leque de sustentação material. Então, a primeira coisa a entender é o conceito de geração vem do marketing da publicidade. Portanto, ele está intimamente associado a objetos de consumo. Objetos de consumo estes que acabam determinando certos perfis de comportamento, né? Não é à toa que, por exemplo, um dos objetos, uma das categorizações de gerações hoje, uma delas, muito comum nos Estados Unidos, que é a chamada geração I, né? Essa geração I, que é situada mais ou menos entre 2007 e 95 como data de nascimento, né? É uma geração que é definida a partir da comercialização do primeiro iPhone em julho de 2007. Né? Um objeto de consumo, um objeto de desejo que determina estilo de vida, comportamento e acesso a uma série de coisas. Então, quando se estabelece que jovens nascidos entre 95 e 2007 teriam certas características semelhantes, né? Significa que em 2007, quem tinha nascido em 95 tinha 12 anos. Né? O primeiro iPhone foi comercializado em julho de 2007, no verão americano. E quem lembrar que a CNN, na época, mostrava as filas gigantescas na frente da Apple para os jovens, como se estivessem indo para um show de rock and roll, para poder serem os primeiros a comprar o iPhone, que é bastante hegemônico nos Estados Unidos. Né? Bom, então, assim, esse é um exemplo para a gente entender que quando a gente está falando de geração, a gente está falando de um conceito determinado por bens materiais, por acesso a bens materiais, a bens de consumo. Né? A primeira geração descrita, então, é a conhecida geração Baby Boomer. Né? Eu não vou percorrer todas as gerações, eu estou só situando o conceito, porque às vezes o conceito não é muito claro. Né? E a gente esquece que é um conceito vinculado a determinadas estruturas materiais da sociedade. O conceito de geração não caiu do céu. Né? Ele brotou do desejo, do consumo, das práticas cotidianas vinculadas ao acesso a certos bens materiais que se tornam, de alguma forma, paradigmáticos, né? Que implicam num certo estilo de vida. Por exemplo, o caso dos baby boomers, né? A geração que foi situada mais ou menos como tendo nascido entre 46 e 60, né? Essa geração ela é descrita normalmente como uma geração investidora, que trabalha muito tempo no mesmo lugar, que adquiria muitos bens materiais para dentro de casa, desde carros, a geladeiras, a fogões, aspirador de pó, a figura da dona de casa rica, no sentido de ter muitos gadgets, como os americanos falam, muitos aparelhos domésticos, né, elétricos e eletrônicos e tudo mais, significando, naquele debate, uma espécie de liberdade com relação ao trabalho físico. E, do ponto de vista masculino, a capacidade justamente de dar essas condições materiais de vida a seus filhos. A gente está saindo de uma guerra, Segunda Guerra Mundial, os Estados Unidos muito rico, né? As condições materiais de vida muito melhoradas. Então, você tem uma geração que compra objetos, investe na vida, tem muitos filhos, certo? É conhecida, então, a geração Baby Boomer, é justamente a ideia de muitos filhos, né? Baby Boomer, e é conhecida, então, como uma geração otimista, estável, que valoriza bens familiares. Mas veja que a caracterização dela nasceu toda a partir do estabelecimento de certos comportamentos de consumo vinculados ao investimento na vida cotidiana, na vida familiar, na sustentação do lar, na sustentação da continuidade do trabalho e no investimento a médio e longo prazo nas instituições da sociedade. É assim que nasce a discussão sobre geração. Tá? E a partir daí, não só a publicidade, como a psicologia comportamental, né, a sociologia, porque ao mesmo tempo, naquele momento, logo depois, começa a aparecer a chamada geração hippie, que na verdade eram jovens que tinham nascido justamente nesse período, né, já estavam adolescentes, e aí tem uma outra característica que a gente precisa lembrar nesse debate, que é o seguinte: é o fato que o conceito de jovem é um conceito razoavelmente jovem na história da humanidade. Por quê? Porque a ideia de jovem como a fase da vida em que você não é mais criança, exatamente, você não brinca em casa, seu pai e sua mãe não podem dizer exatamente o que você vai fazer, né? Mas você ainda não é adulto, pressupõe, no mínimo, uma faixa etária que é móvel, tá? Algumas das pesquisas sobre o comportamento dos jovens hoje mostram justamente um alargamento dessa faixa etária, no sentido que o jovem permanece jovem mais tempo do que era, por exemplo, nos anos 60 ou nos anos 70, ao mesmo tempo que a própria concepção de idoso se alarga no sentido que se torna cada vez mais tardia. A ideia de uma pessoa com 50 anos, com 60 anos, com pleno uso do corpo, mesmo que tomando medicações, era uma coisa que não era comum há 20 anos atrás. Então, toda vez que a gente fala de geração, é importante a gente lembrar, mesmo quando a gente fala de geração de pessoas mais velhas, é importante lembrar que essa concepção está profundamente vinculada às estruturas materiais, a avanços técnicos, mudanças sociais e de horizonte de realização, né? Então, o conceito de jovem que a gente tem é um conceito historicamente determinado, né? O jovem, a gente sabe que, por exemplo, as meninas até ontem, quando elas menstruavam, elas viravam mulher, principalmente nos estratos sociais mais vulneráveis. Por quê? Porque ela estava biologicamente pronta para ser mãe, ela fazia sexo, ela engravidava, ela já era mãe, já era mulher, né? Assim como os meninos também, né? Se vivia menos, a vida era mais rápida, né? As estratégias de vida, como falam os psicólogos americanos, life strategies, eram mais rápidas. Você começava a vida antes, você tinha uma formação educacional mais curta, quando tinha, né? A gente observa que ainda no mundo que a gente vive hoje, quando você faz um corte de classe social, também há mudanças de comportamento, principalmente num país como o Brasil, que é bastante desigual, em termos de horizontes, de projetos profissionais, de acessibilidade a carreiras profissionais, ao consumo de bens em geral, né? Você tem uma desigualdade ainda bastante acirrada, né? E isso acaba fazendo com que você tenha quase que dois tempos. Você tem um jovem mais pobre, mais vulnerável, que tende a ter estratégias de vidas mais rápida, e você tende a ter jovens que têm estratégias de vidas mais lentas. Já vou voltar a esse assunto. Então, a gente lá, eu estou delineando, estou dizendo que a ideia de jovem começa a aparecer no momento em que você começa a ter um período de latência, como dizia o Freud, um período de latência em que aquela pessoa não é mais criança, mas ela não é um adulto pleno. Ela não vista como adulto pleno, ela não se sustenta, principalmente quando a gente entende que antes de se sustentar, o ideal é que o jovem consiga percorrer a formação educacional. Então, é claramente a noção de adulto vai sendo empurrado para frente, né? Tanto que os americanos inventaram um verbo que é o verbo adultar. Né? Adultar, você tem certos marcadores que indicam o adultamento de um jovem, né? Do ponto de vista sociológico. Bom, um outro fator que introduziu, do ponto de vista sociológico, essa concepção de diferença de gerações, que não existia, tá? Se a gente acompanhar isso na literatura do século XIX, é interessante porque uma das primeiras escolas literárias, uma das primeiras identidades literárias que traz um debate sobre conflito de gerações é a literatura russa do século XIX. Né? Isso por razões históricas muito específicas. A Rússia saiu do Neolítico, período muito curto de feudalismo, o servo russo era escravo, não era exatamente um servo da gleba no século XIX, XVIII, e a Rússia saiu de um período claramente neolítico para a modernização capitalista e depois para o comunismo, né? Num período, grosso modo, o capitalismo russo começou em 1870, né? E os servos eram escravos até 1861, né? Era escravo, você vendia, separava a família, né? Era assim, é como escravo, mas eles chamavam servos. E a Rússia, então, passou por uma modernização muito violenta. A entrada de material e teorias do Ocidente, a partir de 1840, acabou criando um ambiente social e psicológico muito peculiar, que aparece, então, na literatura russa. Em 1861, é publicado um livro chamado Pais e Filhos, que virou até nome de revista no mundo inteiro, inclusive no Brasil, um livro de um escritor chamado Turgenev, onde aparece uma discussão do que a gente chama hoje de conflito de gerações, em 1861, na Rússia. E ali aparece uma concepção de jovem, que é visto como alguém que tem mais informação do que os pais, e que, portanto, os pais ficam envergonhados diante deles, né? Então, uma das características de diferença geracional é quando você começa a perceber que existe um certo conteúdo de informação, ou um certo conteúdo de conhecimento, um certo conteúdo de horizonte que separa uma geração dos pais, como vai falar o autor Turgenev, né, da geração dos filhos, que naquele caso específico trazia ideias ocidentais, como ideias capitalistas, ideias liberais, ideias de liberação, inclusive da discussão da liberação sexual, né? A gente normalmente no Ocidente não tem muito conhecimento da Rússia e pensa que tudo que existe nasceu, sei lá, na Califórnia, né? Mas não é bem assim, né? E aí é interessante porque se ali naquele ambiente a ideia de jovem avançado, como se fala hoje, né? A ideia de filhos que sabem mais do que os pais e que olham para os pais e falam: vocês estão fora do jogo, o mundo mudou. Aqueles hábitos e conhecimentos que você tinha envelheceram. Por que envelheceram? Porque existem formas novas de conhecimento, conhecimento científico, inclusive na época, o evolucionismo especificamente, a teoria do evolucionismo. Isso caracterizava, então, uma nova geração no debate intelectual russo em meados do século XIX. Agora a gente está assistindo de novo uma espécie de adensamento de certas práticas em relação ao conhecimento e à informação ao redor de pessoas que nascem a partir de uma data, como eu falava, 95 a 2007. Né? E a gente, então, quando se fala de geração milênio, que se refere à passagem do milênio, que estariam por volta de 20 anos de idade, 15 anos de idade, na passagem do milênio, que é uma geração que passou pela digitalização, mas conhece ainda na sua infância e adolescência a internet de escada, né? Mas já é diferente de uma geração que nasce a partir de 95, já tem características diferentes, porque quem nasceu em 95, em 2007 já tinha iPhone, né? Já tinha smartphone. Então, você vê que se na Rússia do século XIX a compreensão do que é jovem e a compreensão do que é conflito de gerações, compreendido como um grupo que nasceu a partir de uma certa idade, de uma certa data, e tem hábitos e tem informações diferentes de quem nasceu antes, agora se repete em relação ao uso de tecnologias digitais. É mais um exemplo para que a gente tenha clareza que o conceito de geração brota de vínculos e relações materiais. Essas relações materiais são muito ligadas à amplitude de consumo e amplitude de informação e amplitude de horizontes, né? Horizontes de vida, eu quero dizer. A possibilidade de você não ser, sei lá, ferreiro como seu pai era, como seu avô era, ou a possibilidade de você não cuidar da agricultura e ao mesmo tempo cuidar de vários filhos, como a sua mãe era, ou como sua avó era, significa uma ruptura nos horizontes e nas possibilidades. Essa ruptura enseja aquilo que a gente chama em filosofia de dimensões negativas. O que são dimensões negativas? São dimensões que não são tão legais assim. Né? A gente aprendeu com o grande filósofo Hegel que se a gente quer entender o mundo, é fundamental que a gente olhe para as dimensões negativas do mundo. Vem da dialética, né? Dimensões negativas, ali onde o mundo apresenta problemas, ali onde o mundo apresenta fissuras, ali onde o mundo apresenta fraturas, descontinuidades, conflitos. Porque senão você corre o risco de só pensar em termos de geração, como a publicidade começou a pensar, ou seja, pensar as idades enquanto segmentos de consumo e produzir objetos para esses segmentos de consumo. E hoje o debate não é nem mais se o bom publicitário é aquele que sabe o que você vai desejar daqui 2 anos e não sabe. O bom publicitário hoje é aquele que joga no seu celular aquilo que você vai desejar daqui 2 minutos e você ainda não sabia que já desejava, né? Esse é o debate ao redor da extração de dados e da formatação cada vez mais precisa do desejo a partir dos algoritmos que lidam com dados e rastros e conseguem saber o que você quer mesmo que você não saiba. O famoso exemplo didático na China é de você mandar a empresa mandar uma televisão para sua casa, você nem comprou, você nem sabia que queria, mas quando você vê a televisão em casa, percebe que na verdade você já queria e aí você paga. Se você não quiser, se a empresa estiver errado, você devolve sem custo, né? Você veja, tem agora um documentário no Netflix chamado Dilema das Redes, que toca um pouco nesse assunto, um pouco bastante interessante, né? Nessa questão da formatação do desejo a partir das métricas digitais, que é um problema no mundo e será cada vez mais acerca, quando a gente está pensando na discussão da formação dos mais jovens, né? E do desejo dos mais jovens, e se há ou não há qualquer forma de liberdade nesse processo. Mas voltando aqui para o caminho que a gente está fazendo, então o conceito de geração, ele é um conceito ligado à história, ligado a rupturas de informação, ligado a rupturas de objeto de consumo, ligado a desejo, certo? E nesse conjunto inteiro, eu acabava de dizer que existem elementos negativos, paixões tristes, como se fala em filosofia, e o medo é uma delas, né? O medo é uma delas. Uma das características identificadas ainda no século XIX na Rússia, que a diferença de geração estava ligada à modernidade, à modernização capitalista extremamente rápida, num espaço curto de tempo, né? E esse conflito de gerações acabou trazendo uma discussão que, na época, se chamava a juventude niilista. Tá? 1860 é quando esse termo começou a circular em relação aos jovens da Rússia. A juventude niilista, que não respeita nada, não respeita os pais, acham que são donos do mundo. Esse tipo de frase você poderia ouvir por aí hoje, né? Muitos pais falam isso, muitos professores falam isso, né? Portanto, o vínculo entre a sensação de que os mais jovens não respeitam nada, o vínculo entre a sensação do mais velho para com o mais jovem, como houvesse uma ruptura de mundos, onde você não entende códigos, isso começa a ser discutido na Rússia no século XIX, né? Na literatura existente na época, que, como todo mundo sabe, é uma literatura muito rica. Bom, é importante que a gente entenda que, inclusive do ponto de vista de lidar com jovens, a gente não pode se deixar levar por um sentimento um tanto ingênuo, um tanto naif, de achar sempre que as gerações mais jovens estão sempre mais avançadas, mais evoluídas e melhores, porque isso é falso, né? Não confundam jovens com smartphones, né? Aliás, se confunde o tempo inteiro. A ideia de que cada vez que nasce uma geração nova, essa geração é melhor, é mais inteligente, entende mais as coisas. Não confunda o fato do seu filho ou sua filha saber mexer no celular com a ideia de que ele entende ou ela entende melhor como o mundo funciona na sua experiência mais ampla e complexa. Esse é um pecado típico dos pais hoje em dia e de muitos professores, né? Confunde geração de celulares com geração de pessoas, né? E isso claramente a gente consegue identificar com um mínimo de hermenêutica marxista, a gente já identifica esse tipo de questão. confundir produtos com pessoas, geração de produtos com geração de pessoas. Não há nenhuma prova sociológica, nem histórica, e nem dá para ter, de que haja, de fato, um progresso e um avanço de gerações para gerações. Há progresso técnico, há progresso econômico. Progresso econômico e técnico não implica que a gente não vai explodir o mundo lá na frente. Mas é claro que, observando um certo período de tempo, há progresso técnico, há progresso científico e há progresso material, né? Aliás, esse é o grande feito do capitalismo, né? Exatamente produzir esse tipo de resultado, né? Por isso que uma das razões que ele tem sido tão difícil de as tentativas de inventar outras formas de produção, nenhuma delas vinga, né? Mas assim, então, é importante que a gente observe para as dimensões negativas, afetos tristes que caracterizam a geração de jovens. Desde o século XIX, isso já aparecia como são perdidos, são frágeis, frágeis no sentido de que não ouvem a experiência anterior, acham que entendem tudo do mundo, e isso hoje é muito mais grave, né? Isso hoje é muito mais grave porque tem a parceria, muitas vezes, inclusive dos professores e dos pais, que muitas vezes querem ser educados pelos próprios filhos, né? Eu lembro já há muitos anos que quando a gente discutia essa questão em aula de graduação, uma das coisas que eu escutava muito, meninas especificamente falando, é que elas ficavam muito desconfortáveis quando percebiam que as mães queriam parecer com elas, né? Que tinham 18 anos. Porque quando uma mãe e um pai quer aparecer com os filhos, a mensagem subliminar é que o filho ou a filha não tem futuro. Porque quando chegar lá, vai querer voltar para trás. Há aí uma desqualificação muito grande da experiência de vida anterior. E aí eu começo a falar especificamente dos medos, né? Olha, o fato da geração milênio, que, grosso modo, a geração milênio, eu lembro de uma pesquisa que foi apresentada aqui no Brasil em 2005, olha quanto tempo vai, que usava a expressão millennial. Na época a gente usava a expressão Y, que ainda foi usada durante mais tempo na Europa, e nessa pesquisa de um grande grupo de comunicação americano, de novo, né, um grande grupo de comunicação americano usava a expressão millennial, e a pesquisa tinha sido feita nos anos anteriores, foi apresentada em vários países, inclusive feita no Brasil também, porque essa marca de comunicação tem canais aqui no Brasil de televisão, e essa pesquisa ela situava os millennials entre jovens que em 2005 tinham de 9 a 33 anos, em 2005. Então veja que ali já tinha essa permeabilidade de datas, depende tanto dos objetos que são a métrica para medir os comportamentos, quanto da própria variação das ferramentas para medir esse comportamento, né? O marketing digital nos ajudou a medir comportamento hoje de uma forma que em 2005 não existia, ou 2004, né, ou 2003. Então, quando se falava em milênio, normalmente se pensava em alguém que tinha nascido a partir dos primeiros anos da década de 80 e estaria por volta de 9 anos em 2005, né? A expressão milênio hoje acaba sendo aplicada para quem está a partir dos 25 anos de idade, 24 anos de idade, né? A gente não deve ser obcecado com esse tipo de marcador, mas à medida que a tecnologia digital foi avançando, a publicidade foi precisando ajustar e aperfeiçoar essa segmentação, certo? Das idades em relação, principalmente, ao consumo de bens digitais. E daí começa a se descrever certas características de um jovem que teria nascido em 2007 ou um jovem que teria nascido em 99, diferente de um jovem que teria nascido em 90 ou em 85, né? Mas alguns dos medos, alguns dos conflitos, alguns dos contraditórios que caracterizam essas gerações, eu vou fazer diferença em alguns pontos, mas há um contínuo entre o que os americanos chamam de geração Y e o que eles chamam de geração millennial, como a gente fala no Brasil agora, millennial, né? você tem algumas características aí. Primeiro, você tem um medo do mercado de trabalho. Medo do mercado de trabalho, porque o mercado de trabalho tem se tornado muito competitivo. Apesar do marketing corporativo falar muito de capitalismo consciente e falar que o capitalismo está se tornando menos agressivo, a gente sabe que isso não é verdade. A competição tende a ser cada vez maior, né? E essa competição, à medida que os jovens vão definindo a carreira profissional como target número 1 da vida, isso já era marcado nos homens, mas cada vez mais também marca isso nas mulheres. Um dos grandes medos que os jovens têm é de ter filhos, por exemplo, né? Ter filhos é um dos marcadores de amadurecimento da psicologia comportamental. Ter filhos. Por que ter filhos é um marcador? Porque se você investe em filhos, significa que você adultou. Se você tem filho quando quer, claro, né? Você adultou. Né? E um dos índices mais importantes em relação a esses medos dos mais jovens, dos millennials ou mesmo dos Is, é a ideia de ter filhos. Eles usam desculpas como o mundo está muito cheio, eu não quero botar mais uma criança no mundo, tem uma série de desculpas, mas grande parte daquilo que parece como discurso propositivo em muitos jovens é fruto de paixões tristes, dos tais medos, né? Os jovens preferem ter cachorros e gatos. Uma das provas disso é que mesmo mulheres em idade fértil adulta, cada vez mais tem menos mulher grávida, principalmente se você fala do extrato médio para cima. Observem que no extrato médio para cima, cada vez menos você vê mulheres grávidas nas ruas. Né? Em breve, eu costumo dizer que as pessoas vão bater selfies com mulheres grávidas, de tão raro que isso vai ser. A gravidez e o filho se tornam um ônus para a empresa, se tornam um ônus para o casal, né? Se tornam um ônus para manutenção de filhos na escola, quando a escola é paga, né? Se torna um ônus no sentido da própria responsabilização por essa criança, e o resultado óbvio disso é a decisão de não ter filhos e investir em cachorros e gatos. O resultado disso, um dos melhores negócios do mundo ocidental é loja de pet shop. Né? A gente vê isso em toda parte, não só no Brasil. Né? Loja de pet shop. E por quê? Porque os animais têm uma afetividade muito mais segura em relação aos seus donos do que os próprios filhos têm em relação aos pais, além do fato de que os animais custam mais barato. Né? Os filhos são vistos cada vez mais como um investimento duvidoso em termos de retorno. Né? Filhos muitas vezes eram vistos como investimento, inclusive para cuidar dos pais, quando envelhecidos, mas agora os filhos, quando crescem, vão trabalhar, as filhas cuidavam mais dos pais, agora as filhas têm carreira, resultado, os pais envelhecidos e mais pobres acabam em casas de repouso. Né? Então veja que toda essa discussão é uma discussão diretamente vinculada a elementos materiais e sociais. Não tem nada vinculado a nenhuma forma de compreensão metafísica ou nenhuma forma de compreensão, digamos assim, extraordinária. É só olhar para o mundo, olhar comportamentos, olhar objetos, modos de produção, transformações sociais, e a gente percebe o que acontece. Né? Então, o medo por conta do mercado de trabalho é crescente. Eu lembro, há uns 5 anos atrás, eu tenho uma coluna na Rádio Bandeirantes, né? Há mais ou menos 10 anos, num programa de manhã, e há uns 5 anos atrás, mais ou menos, a diretora propôs fazer um programa entrevistando jovens que estavam na universidade, e foram selecionados lá 3 meninos e 3 meninas, e foi proposto a esses jovens que eles escolhessem a pauta do programa, sobre o que eles queriam ser entrevistados. O que é que eles queriam discutir? E eles escolheram medo. Né? Medo do mercado de trabalho competitivo, medo da ideia de que eles não vão conseguir a mesma coisa que os pais conseguiram, medo de solidão, no sentido de que cada vez mais eles vêm de famílias menores, né? Famílias menores, que se retroalimenta, né? Carreira profissional, menos filho, menos companhia, né? Menos irmão, menos irmã, menos primo, menos prima. Então você tem uma atomização das famílias e a diminuição dos vínculos familiares. Isso, inclusive, tende a pressionar as próprias escolas, né? As escolas privadas vivem numa guerra de competição para fidelizar os pais, o que é um problema, porque agora, quando você fala, por exemplo, se a gente comparar jovens que estavam na universidade em 90 ou 95, né, com jovens que estão na universidade agora, os jovens agora são muito mais inseguros. Eles têm muita insegurança afetiva, eles são muito medicados, e apesar de que isso no Brasil é uma característica de extrato social médio para cima, né? Não é tanto uma característica do extrato social médio para baixo, né? O extrato social médio para baixo a gente tem características por conta de exclusão de consumo de bens, né? Ou por conta de ausência de horizontes profissionais, e muitas vezes por falta, inclusive, de logística e infraestrutura para a internet. Esse debate todo que aconteceu aí durante a pandemia ao redor desse problema deixa isso muito claro, né? Mas ainda assim, esses jovens do extrato social médio para cima, eles são aspiracionais, como se fala em publicidade, para os jovens de extrato médio para baixo. Os jovens de extrato médio para baixo querem ser como os jovens de extrato médio para cima. Eles imitam os hábitos, eles veem esses jovens como o que a gente chama de objetos aspiracionais, comportamentos aspiracionais, né? Mas é claro que você tem, por exemplo, aparentemente, quanto menor é a família, quanto mais acesso a bens materiais tem esse jovem, mais inseguro ele fica no enfrentamento da vida, porque qualquer traço que ele faz na parede, a família dele acha que ele é um Picasso, né? E o resultado, quando ele cresce e vai para a escola ou para a universidade, principalmente a universidade, ele começa a ter dificuldade com isso, e quando ele vai para o mercado de trabalho, vem uma das características que se fala dos millennials, que eles não suportam pressão, né? Que eles têm dificuldade para lidar com pressão. Eles são volúveis em relação à carreira profissional, mas ao tempo assim eles são, porque o próprio capitalismo vem se formando profundamente e acelerando seus modos de produção, inclusive por conta das tecnologias digitais, né, em certos setores econômicos. Então a gente tem aí um processo em que esses medos, se a gente começa falando de medo de emprego, medo de competição, achatamento de salário, um dos grandes medos que caracterizam os jovens é o medo de amadurecer, né? A ideia de amadurecer está normalmente associada à ideia de entristecer, aumentar a pressão dos compromissos e diminuir a liberdade, né? Então, eu falei já de um marcador de amadurecimento, eu vou falar de mais 3 marcadores de amadurecimento, né? O primeiro é o marcador de amadurecimento na psicologia comportamental, né? E que serve para análise sociológica. O primeiro marcador de amadurecimento é sair de casa, né? Cada vez mais, o jovem, quando tem condição material, ele não sai de casa. É engraçado, né? Condição material na família, ele não sai de casa. Ele não sai de casa, inclusive o jovem, nascido entre 95 e 2007, sai menos de casa, bebe menos, certo? Ele fica muito tempo no celular, ele tem medo de relações afetivas presenciais. No começo da pandemia, uma aluna falou para mim assim: professor, eu não sei, ensino remoto, né, já, professor, eu não sabia que meu estilo de vida é quarentena, né? Então, em relação à pandemia, os jovens têm uma relação bastante ambivalente, né? Ao mesmo tempo que existem muitos jovens apavorados com a pandemia, certo? Com sentimento, porque inclusive eles transitam, principalmente no início da pandemia, aqui no Brasil, mas esse não é um fenômeno só no Brasil, eles transitam muito por conteúdo de redes sociais. A gente sabe que redes sociais é um pântano, né? É um terreno baldio em que qualquer coisa aparece, né? Então, por um lado, você tem um sentimento de reforço do risco que é o mundo, né? o trabalho é um risco, a competição é um risco, relacionamentos afetivos não são muito confiáveis, as pessoas não são confiáveis, elas fazem a gente sofrer, né? Elas diminuem a nossa liberdade, como se fosse possível ter um vínculo afetivo real com alguém sem vir problemas juntos. Né? Um dos grandes problemas da juventude é um nível alto de utopização do mundo e de utopização da realidade da vida. Né? Que, como toda utopia, faz você descolar da realidade. Mas se a pandemia, por um lado, atingiu os jovens, no sentido de que muitos jovens ampliaram o seu medo em relação ao mundo, né, aos desafios do mundo, por outro lado, muitos jovens se sentem confortáveis no confinamento porque eles se sentem justamente justificados exteriormente para não enfrentar o mundo. Né? Então, eles sentem que, confinados em casa, agora eles não precisam dar nenhuma justificativa para não querer tirar a pijama, o agasalho e ficar na cama, no celular. Por quê? Porque até a escola está no celular. Né? Ou no iPad ou no computador. Então, além disso, ele está justificado em não sair de casa, porque a gente sabe que hoje muitos jovens começam a ser medicados aos 14, 15 anos. O psicodiagnóstico cresceu enormemente como uma verdadeira indústria. Né? Então, jovens chegam na universidade, muitos deles medicados, com diagnósticos. Né? Eles sofrem muito com avaliação. Né? Existe uma tendência nas escolas, em geral, que é uma tendência bastante ambivalente, que é uma tendência de eleger a autoestima como métrica da educação. Como uma reação, né? Aí a gente tem um período na produção teórica, pedagógica e filosófica na Inglaterra, depois da Primeira Guerra, e depois se radicaliza depois da Segunda Guerra, como a ideia de que deve se mudar completamente a educação, porque as gerações anteriores quase destruíram a Europa. Então, são muitas experiências que acabaram, de alguma forma, pondo em dúvida a experiência anterior da humanidade. E aí você tem uma contradição, porque a educação, mesmo não a formal, que é bastante recente na história da humanidade, mas qualquer ideia de formação sempre esteve vinculada à ideia de que um corpo de pessoas com mais experiência transmite um conteúdo para um corpo de pessoas com menos experiência. Né? Essa lógica começa a ser rompida na modernização. O exemplo da Rússia, que eu dei no começo, é muito claro. Essa lógica começa a produzir uma ideia de que as pessoas que viveram mais não têm condição, não têm conhecimento, não têm estrutura psicológica, não têm valores, são cheios de preconceitos, por exemplo, né? Não têm valores que mereçam ser transmitidos para os mais jovens. Nesse processo de ruptura do que o filósofo alemão Walter Benjamin chamava de narrador da vida, certo? No processo de ruptura dessa narrativa da vida por pessoas que tinham mais entendimento da experiência humana, a ruptura entre essas pessoas e as mais jovens, fazendo com que as pessoas mais velhas não tenham mais estatuto de narrador da vida, inclusive porque a vida material mexeu muito, certo? Os hábitos com ferramentas de conhecimento, e agora com as redes sociais, essa tendência se agrava, inaugura uma percepção de que, seja no plano moral, seja no plano político, seja no plano do conhecimento técnico, os mais velhos não têm condição de formar ninguém. Logo, logo, a gente vai ter escola, que o coordenador vai ter 22 anos e os professores 18. E se você não usar TikTok, você não está educando da forma que os jovens querem ser educados ou que eles consideram divertidos. É claro que estou exagerando no argumento, né? Eu acabei de fazer um argumento hiperbólico, como a gente fala em filosofia, um exagero no argumento, para poder afirmar algo que está aquém disso, que não chega a esse ponto plenamente, mas o achatamento do teto da idade de validade das pessoas em muitas áreas cada vez abaixa mais. Então aí é um outro medo que os jovens têm, porque os jovens percebem que ainda que eles sejam altamente valorizados agora, e ainda que a vida biológica se estenda muito mais, a validade profissional de uma pessoa é cada vez mais curta, principalmente em áreas de alta formação técnica, né? Então o jovem sabe muito bem que o futuro dele é incerto, que não há garantias no futuro dele, né? Que ele hoje pode estar tomando o lugar de alguém de 50 anos, quando ele está com 29, mas ele sabe muito bem que ele tem pressa, porque eles trabalham na cabeça com a ideia, eu tenho 10 anos para fazer a minha vida, porque depois eu sei que eu não vou ter mais espaço. Fazer minha vida no sentido de fazer um pé de meia, de fazer uma carreira que depois eu possa seguir sozinho, porque o mercado de trabalho, no sentido corporativo, industrial, vai me jogar fora. Assim que chegar alguém de 15 anos para tomar o meu lugar. Então, essa contradição entre uma maior duração da vida biológica com saúde e uma menor duração da validade da vida enquanto ciclo produtivo é cada vez mais presente no mundo contemporâneo e os jovens vão percebendo isso, eles sabem disso. Então você chega em algumas empresas em que alguns jovens que estão lá por volta de 25 anos, 26 anos já estão em cargo de gerência, né? E essas empresas têm hábitos, por exemplo, de transferir os seus jovens colaboradores à medida que eles batem metas. Então, quanto mais meta, que é um tema que atormenta o jovem milênio, né? É se ele vai ou não bater as metas deles na vida. Com 25 anos eu tenho que estar aqui, com 28 eu tenho que estar lá, com 32 eu tenho que estar acolá, e por aí vai, né? Essa percepção de que a vida está organizada em metas, uma espécie de Excel, uma planilha de metas a ser atingidas, e essas metas muitas vezes são manipuladas dentro da gestão de pessoas nas empresas, fazendo com que os jovens mudem muito de cidade, né? Como aumento de salário, aumento de importância dentro da hierarquia e prova de que ele é um jovem de sucesso. Só que quando ele muda muito de cidade, ele não consegue constituir vínculo afetivo minimamente sólido. Então, principalmente os meninos e as meninas que estão aí por volta dos 27, 25 anos, vivem uma tensão entre investir na carreira profissional ou investir na vida afetiva, né? E isso é uma coisa que eles têm medo, normalmente eles optam por não investir na vida afetiva, né? Eles optam por, inclusive isso é uma temática que domina muito o universo das meninas, e as meninas têm um medo a mais, que é a chamada janela orbital da fertilidade, né? Que é uma preocupação grande das milênias, digamos assim, que é até quando ela poderá ser mãe, né? Ainda que você tenha aí uma série de técnicas de fertilidade, mas a gente sabe muito bem que se você for mãe aos 45, vai ser difícil para você aguentar o tranco. Apesar que você pode muito bem ser, do ponto de vista técnico, a gente não está aqui fazendo julgamento de valor. Não que eu não acho que julgamento de valor não possa ser feito, eu faço, dependendo do ambiente, mas aqui eu não estou preocupado com isso. Então, assim, então esse problema da possibilidade da maternidade é uma questão que afeta bastante as milênias, né? Porque elas sabem que ali é o momento de grande ansiedade, né? As meninas, quando estão lá por volta dos 27, 28, começa essa ansiedade até mais ou menos durante 10 anos, né? Que é o período em que elas têm que tomar decisão se elas vão ser mães ou não, né? Se elas vão casar exatamente, mesmo que elas já estejam vivendo com alguém, se elas vão ser mães ou não. Há um medo muito grande da maternidade, né? E os meninos também, um medo grande de serem pais, de serem responsáveis por algum outro ser e de estabelecer algum tipo de vínculo. Um dos grandes medos dos milênios é justamente o compromisso afetivo, o vínculo afetivo e o quanto isso complica a vida dele. Então, a gente está chegando perto do final. Assim, eu quero terminar aqueles 4 marcadores de amadurecimento, que eu citei já 2, né? Mas eu quero citar os outros 2, porque eles ajudam muito a compreender que os milênios, os jovens em geral, têm medo de amadurecer, né? Tem medo, né, de adultar, como eles falam nos Estados Unidos, né? Assim, eu já tinha falado do medo de ter filhos, né? Que é muito característico, muito característico. A diminuição da fertilidade é gigantesca, é muito interessante porque as pessoas normalmente não prestam atenção nisso, como uma questão demográfica marcante, né? Ou não sair de casa, porque sair de casa significa queda no padrão de vida, significa assumir muitas responsabilidades, né? E muitos jovens adiam a saída de casa, né? Como se fala, a adolescência hoje pode ir até os 30 e poucos, né? Justamente por conta desse tipo de coisa. E porque também a ideia de investir na própria formação, mesmo que trabalhem, ganham pouco, né? Os salários vão sendo achatados, né? Por conta da competição. Inclusive, isso é uma questão que afeta, é objeto de debate, foi objeto de debate na eleição do Trump, por exemplo, né? O problema da transferência de muitas plantas, muitas empresas para a China por conta da mão de obra baixa, né? O baixo salário na China acaba fazendo com que você tenha uma onda no mundo que acaba produzindo uma tendência de menor salário. Inclusive porque, na medida em que você tem profissionais mais jovens trabalhando, profissionais mais jovens são normalmente mais baratos. O seguro de saúde que ele paga é mais, o seguro de saúde que a empresa paga é mais barato, ele adoece menos, ele tem mais resistência física, ele consegue trabalhar 15 horas por dia, e é uma das coisas que os milênios mais temem, é o alto grau de exploração do mercado de trabalho, né? Um alto grau de exploração. Um terceiro marcador de amadurecimento é justamente você ser autônomo, autossuficiente financeiramente, né? Esse também atrasa. Tudo isso que eu estou falando são marcadores de amadurecimento que têm sido atrasados, adiados, melhor dizendo, adiados, né? Postos para frente. Muitas vezes, quando os jovens milênios saem de casa, para eles manterem o padrão de vida, eles têm que sair de casa com algum patrocínio dos pais. Se eles não têm condição material, também, porque os pais são muito pobres, a gente sabe que mudando a estrutura social, a gente tem 2 países, e a discussão de milênio é uma discussão que está... esse é um detalhe que eu já falei, mas não tornei explícito. O conceito de geração, evidentemente, está diretamente ligado a características econômicas. Se eu falei de bens de consumo, bens materiais, acesso a conhecimento, acesso à informação, é evidente que eu estou falando de traços econômicos, né, de características econômicas. No Brasil, o milênio é marcadamente uma característica de classe média para cima, como realidade. Como objeto de comportamento aspiracional, não, mas como realidade é. Tanto que, algum tempo atrás, eu estava numa discussão numa empresa e com o RH, e o gerente do RH me perguntou, eu não aguento mais contratar milênio e ele largar o emprego depois de 1 ano, né? Porque os jovens milênios também, eles têm uma ansiedade de percorrer ciclos, e eles usam muita expressão como o propósito acabou, o significado acabou, o que eu tinha que aprender aqui acabou. Eles têm quase uma visão de mundo pautada pelos games, né? Passa de um estágio, passa para outro. Então, o gerente do RH, ele falava, Pondé, eu não aguento mais esses milênios que chegam aqui depois de 1 ano, quer ser gerente, quer ser chefe. O que eu faço? E eu falei para ele, eu lembro muito bem, eu falei, contrate jovens do extrato social médio para baixo, né? Aí você ainda percebe algumas características que têm a ver com resiliência, né? Algumas características que têm a ver com menor expectativa de promoção e de resultados imediatos, além do fato que você tem também uma característica diferente, que é menor expectativa de ganho financeiro, né? Então, quando você sobe no extrato social, os jovens são mais milênios ainda, digamos assim, né? Principalmente no Brasil. Então, O terceiro marcador é sair de casa, né? Mas sair de casa autossuficientemente, ser autônomo financeiramente. E os jovens cada vez mais têm dificuldade de manter o nível material de vida, porque, inclusive, cada vez mais os jovens estão acostumados com o consumo. Né? Mesmo se você falar de um extrato social mais baixo, a troca de celular é uma ansiedade contínua. Né? Se não tem celular, não tem vida, não tem dignidade, não existe. Né? E quando você sobe no extrato social, a dependência a uma vida material confortável enorme, que faz com que o jovem tenha medo de perder esse padrão. E o quarto e último, esse não está em ordem, né? Não tem uma ordem. O quarto e último, não é uma hierarquia aqui, o quarto e último marcador de amadurecimento ou de adultar, né? Adultamento, como a gente queira traduzir, adulting, como eles falam nos Estados Unidos, é você conseguir manter um relacionamento afetivo por mais de um ano. A dificuldade de manter um relacionamento afetivo por mais de um ano cresce. Os sites de relacionamento ampliam a oferta e as pessoas, na verdade, diante deles, se comportam como consumidores exigentes numa liquidação de uma grande loja de produtos mais baratos. É isso que acontece. São exigentes numa grande feira de relacionamentos em que todo mundo sabe que as pessoas mentem. Então, esses jovens, né, fechando aqui a minha fala, esses jovens hoje, eles têm muito acesso a muitos objetos de consumo, eles têm uma oferta de horizontes de vida muito grande, né? A publicidade, inclusive digital, satura eles de muitas ideias do que eles podem vir a realizar, mas, na verdade, eles têm medo de amadurecer, eles têm medo de vínculos afetivos, eles têm medo de não conseguir bater metas profissionais, eles têm medo de ser descartados pelo mundo corporativo muito rápido, eles têm consciência que eles têm que ter pressa. E aí, isso acaba caracterizando uma experiência contemporânea social muito marcante, que é, cada vez se vive mais, mas cada vez você se torna improdutivo mais rápido. Né? Então, é muito provável que daqui... Recentemente eu discutia isso, inclusive, numa empresa na área de inclusão e diversidade. O nosso debate era, daqui a pouco, o debate sobre inclusão não será exatamente sobre diversidade, ou racial, ou de gênero, ou seja lá o que for. O debate de inclusão vai ser como incluir pessoas acima de 40 anos no mercado de trabalho. Né? Porque as pessoas vão viver mais tempo, mas serão improdutivas, não haverá jovens para pagar a aposentadoria delas, elas terão menos família e, portanto, elas precisarão ser assimiladas no mercado de trabalho, e é provável que daqui a poucos anos os departamentos de inclusão no mundo corporativo esteja debatendo como incluir pessoas mais velhas para que isso não se transforme num peso para o Estado e não se transforme num gigantesco problema social. Muito obrigado.
Nossa, com essa aula do Pondé, a gente chega ao final do segundo dia da jornada Bett Online. Eu agradeço muito ao Luiz Felipe Pondé por compartilhar tanto conhecimento com a gente. E eu quero, claro, agradecer muito a audiência de vocês, porque vocês são a parte mais importante desse evento. E não posso deixar de agradecer também, mais uma vez, o apoio dos nossos patrocinadores: Google, Redação Online, Kumon, Vilsonic, Realve, Árvore, Instituto Unibanco, EduLabs, Adobe, Moderna Compartilha, Lenovo e Instituto Casa Grande. E antes da gente encerrar o dia, eu quero lembrar que a sua opinião é muito importante para a gente. Então responda a pesquisa sobre a jornada Bett Online, que está disponível no QR Code que está na sua tela, e também será enviada, essa pesquisa também vai chegar para você por e-mail. Você pode também acessar o link que está dentro do mural ao lado, e basta clicar nesse link que você já pesquisa. Bom, amanhã, claro, a gente também vai ter muita coisa legal e vocês não podem perder. Tenham todos uma boa noite. Esperamos vocês amanhã a partir das 3 da tarde.
A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e... A gaveta não vai aprender a diferença entre oxítona, paroxítona e proparoxítona. Nem vai questionar para que serve a fórmula...